Host, please form a contract with a beast within 1 hour to activate the system. If the time limit is exceeded, the system will automatically deactivate. Countdown started. 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Yi Tian looked at the glowing screen that only he could see, feeling completely bewildered. Did I transmigrate to a parallel world? The people I know are still here, but there are countless beasts, and everyone is a beast tamer? And I even come with a system. Today is the day to sign a beast contract, and I am currently at the Wushen City Stone Monkey breeding base. A moment later, after processing the vast amount of information in his mind, Yi Tian was ecstatic. A powerful beast tamer equals power, fame, and wealth? As a man with a system, it would be inexcusable not to become a powerful beast tamer and reach the pinnacle of life. After a brief moment of joy, Yi Tian regained his composure. I must finish the contract within an hour. In this world where the beast industry is highly developed, there are two common ways to acquire a beast. The first is to buy one with your own money. And Yi Tian had no money. He grew up relying on his older sister, Yi Ying, who is 2 years older than him and has contracted a beast called a fluffy sheep. Fluffy sheep grow hair very quickly, and the shorn wool can be sold as a textile raw material. For the past 2 years, the siblings have lived off selling that wool. He definitely could not afford the money to buy a beast. The other way is through government subsidies, which cover the cost of a tamer's first beast. High school seniors take an exam to test their beast taming talent. Based on the talent level, the state provides a range of available beasts to choose from. High talent offers a wide range of options, while low talent offers very few. Yi Tian's talent is very poor, leaving him with only one choice, the stone monkey. Stone monkeys have no combat ability, but once they evolve into stone monkey kings, they automatically gain the skill to brew wine. The monkey wine they brew can be sold for money. In that case, I don't have any other options. Fine, a stone monkey it is. I have a system, so even the most useless beast can be nurtured into something great. Countdown 0 hours, 57 minutes, 54 seconds. While Yi Tian was lost in thought, 2 minutes passed, and the countdown urged him to hurry up and contract a stone monkey. Yi Tian took a step forward, beginning to search for a destined little monkey. This monkey is no good. All the other monkeys are collecting fruits and flowers to prepare for their future wine brewing skill, but this one just plays with a small stick. Brewing wine for money is the only value a stone monkey has. A stone monkey that doesn't want to brew wine has no value. Several students were pointing and whispering at a little monkey about half an arm's length long on a cliff. Then they all shook their heads and left one after another. The little monkey showed a hint of human-like rebellion and continued to play with its stick. So what if no tamer wants me? I don't want you either. Just then, a handsome-looking boy jogged over. He looked at the little monkey and said one thing. Is it you, monkey brother? Little monkey? What a strange human. It turned around, indicating it didn't want to communicate. But it seemed the person didn't give up on the desire to communicate. He extended a hand and said sincerely, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Tian. Little monkey, I've taken a liking to you. Be my beast." In high school, every student learns a secret technique to communicate with beasts, so the little monkey could naturally understand what Yi Tian meant. Although the only beast he could contract was a stone monkey, Yi Tian didn't just pick one at random. He responsibly walked through the entire breeding base. There were hundreds of contractable stone monkeys in the base, but this one right before him was the most unique. Seeing it playing with a stick, he couldn't help but think of a legendary figure from a certain myth. Seeing time running out, he hardened his heart. That's the one. The little monkey was stunned. Huh? A human's willing to contract me? A feeling of being accepted emerged. How come it felt a little happy? And then, the little monkey dazedly signed a contract with Yi Tian. I'll call you Dashing, how's that? This name was carefully considered by Yi Tian, and it also represented his expectations. The little monkey was a bit confused. It was still in its infancy and couldn't understand anything too complex yet. But it didn't reject the name. Yi Tian patted Dasheng's monkey head, trembling with excitement. Mission accomplished. Inside his mind, a mechanical voice began to sound. Congratulations to the host for contracting a beast. You have acquired Simplification Beast Taming System. The system's built-in data panel has been activated. Please explore other functions of the system on your own. Simplification Beast Taming System. Yi Tian tentatively asked in his heart. System, can you introduce your functions to me? Unfortunately, there was no reply. It seems he really has to explore on his own. Simplification. As the name implies, doesn't it just mean making complex things simple? And the system has the words beast taming in it, so Yi Tian speculated. The system can simplify complex processes related to beast taming. Let's give it a try. Yi Tian took out a technique called Breathing of Spirit Gathering, which was issued uniformly by the school. Beasts are, of course, graded from lowest to highest: infancy, bronze, silver, gold, diamond. To level up, beasts need to practice techniques to absorb the spiritual energy naturally present in the world. I wonder if the process of practicing a technique can be simplified. Yi Tian flipped through the technique book, and as soon as he closed it, a prompt sounded. Detected a technique that can be simplified. Target, dashing. Do you want to spend 1,000 dragon coins to simplify it? Yi Tian's eyes brightened. It really works. Then his expression stiffened. Damn it, why does it cost money? Over the past few years, he had managed to save a small treasury through part-time jobs. Not much, just over 1,000. Will one simplification cost all my savings of many years? Yi Tian was still rational. Without sacrifice, there is no gain. With tears in his eyes, he chose yes. Immediately after, a refreshing prompt sound played. Simplification complete. Breathing of Spirit Gathering becomes drinking. A stream of light immediately popped out from the technique book and entered Dasheng's body. A hint of confusion appeared on Dasheng's face, which was smaller than a palm. Then, it transmitted information through the telepathic connection established by the contract. Yi Tian translated it, and the rough meaning was, Yi Tian thirsty, drink wine. Yi Tian was shocked. It is well known that stone monkeys are alcoholics. But he didn't expect the system to simplify the cultivation process into just drinking wine. In other words, Dasheng can level up just by drinking wine? Yi Tian couldn't wait to let Dasheng give it a try. At the entrance of the breeding base, they sold monkey wine. Gritting his teeth, he took out his last 100 coins and bought the cheapest bottle of monkey wine. Plop. A warm sensation spread from his shoulder. He turned his head to look, and Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was actually Dasheng's drool. Yi Tian popped the cap with a click and handed it in front of Dasheng. Dasheng immediately took it and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Less than 5 seconds later, its body began to sway unsteadily. Yi Tian hurriedly snatched the bottle back and capped it. If Dasheng had one more drink, it would probably collapse. Now it is time to test the results. When Yi Tian looked at Dasheng's data panel, he was stunned on the spot. Name Dasheng. Race Stone Monkey. Level Infancy Stage 10% to 30%. Potential Bronze. Just 2 mouthfuls of wine, and Dasheng's level jumped from 10% to 30% in its infancy stage. Feeling the weight of the bottle, I'm afraid that once this bottle is finished, Dasheng will reach the bronze level. This speed can no longer be described as fast. In his memory, his sister Yi Ying spent 2 months cultivating her fluffy sheep to reach bronze. I haven't even used a fraction of that time. Yi Tian, what are you laughing at? You contracted a stone monkey. Is that really worth being this happy? Suddenly, someone patted Yi Tian on the shoulder from behind. He turned his head and saw it was his classmate, Zhao Liang. Stop grinning. The team leader told us to gather at the entrance immediately. Oh. After everyone completed their contracts, they gathered at the base entrance. The team leader was named Liu Zhang. Yi Tian happened to know him, as he was one of the instructors in his class. Liu Zhang cleared his throat and said to the rather discouraged group, "Congratulations everyone. Starting from today, you are all officially Beastmasters. From today for the next month, you are in a free activity period. I hope you won't slack off and will push your spirit beasts to train hard. If your beast breaks through to the bronze level, report it to the school immediately. There will be duty teachers responsible for recording the breakthrough times every day. Afterward, we will rank everyone based on the order of their breakthroughs and issue rewards to the top 100. Hearing the word reward, many people reflexively looked up, only to quickly lower their heads even lower than before. Rewards have nothing to do with them. With thousands of students in the school, trying to reach the top 100 with a stone monkey is a fantasy. The moment they chose the stone monkey, their future was pretty much decided. Liu Zhang shrugged helplessly. He knew that the students who chose stone monkeys generally lacked both talent and family background. He wouldn't have even brought up the rewards if the principal hadn't insisted. But seeing their reaction, he felt a bit of pity as a teacher and tried to comfort them. Ahem, don't be discouraged. As long as you can help your stone monkey fight its instinct to drink, and devote all your time to training, it is possible to break through to bronze in a month, and making it into the top 100 is not impossible. In the previous year, there was a senior who contracted a stone monkey and completed the breakthrough in just 20 days, achieving a great 80th place ranking. He received 10,000 dragon coins in resources. As soon as he said that, many students looked up again. So we just need to keep the stone monkey from drinking and force it to practice. Just then, the smell of alcohol wafted over, and the students sniffed the air and turned their heads in confusion. Then they saw Dashing, who had just gotten drunk, sprawled on Yi Tian's shoulder. Immediately after, someone recognized it. Isn't that the monkey that was swinging the staff? Everyone was speechless. Who is this handsome guy? He chose the least diligent monkey and let it get drunk right after contracting it. Has he given up on himself? A few students who knew Yi Tian and were in his class shrank back, pretending they didn't know him. Yi Tian was also speechless, and he couldn't explain it either. Liu Zhang also followed the students' gaze and saw Yi Tian and Dashing. His eyelids twitched slightly. I just finished talking about fighting the drinking instinct, and you're being a bit disrespectful, aren't you? Based on his impression, Yi Tian was usually a sensible kid at school. But he didn't say much. The two weren't close, and since this was Yi Tian's own choice, he had to bear the consequences. He'd seen plenty of self-destructive students. Yi Tian was nothing new. Rather than thinking about the motive behind Yi Tian's actions, he should think about how to slack off when he is on duty tomorrow. Liu Zhang gave a few more instructions and dismissed the students. Yi Tian boarded the bus back. Feeling his phone vibrating in his pocket, he couldn't help but take it out to check. It was his class group chat, and the students were talking. Messages popped up one after another rapidly, which Yi Tian thought was quite unusual. Everyone is unusually active today. Yi Tian scrolled to the very top to see what had happened. Homeroom teacher Wang. Students, the school just announced the rewards for the top 100 to reach bronze. I've uploaded the file to the group. Class monitor Zhang Hao. Diving dog. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Crazy Bun. Wow, the school is really going all out this time. These rewards are incredibly generous. Crazy Bun. Especially the first prize, it's almost absurd. Diving dog. Ahem. Don't blame me for pouring cold water, but there are 4,000 students in our school. Getting into the top 100 is not easy. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Exactly. I'm just a loser who contracted a stone monkey. What do these rewards have to do with me? Don't hurt me if you don't love me, I'm out. Diving dog. Class monitor Zhang Hao. Our class's reputation is on you. Do you have confidence in making it into the top 10? Class monitor Zhang Hao. It's not that simple. I heard that several scoundrels from the elite class contracted beasts that started at the late infant stage. There's even one at the perfection infant stage. Bitter. Class monitor Zhang Hao. I'm only at the mid-infant stage, I can't compare. A spirit beast's level is further divided into 4 stages based on progress. Early, middle, late, and perfection. Before 30% is early, Before 60% is middle, before 90% is late, and after that is perfection. Diving dog only middle? Ha, I'm out too. Yi Tian's school has 50 students per class and 80 classes in total. 2 are elite classes, and the rest are regular classes. Students in the elite classes generally have better beast taming talent than other students. Contracting a beast requires a high mental capacity. The earlier talent test was actually measuring everyone's capacity. He kept scrolling down, and they were mostly chatting about similar topics. He opened the group file and downloaded it. Yi Tian let out an exclamation. The rewards really are very generous. In the document, the rewards are divided into 2 tiers. The first for the top 10, and the second for 11th through 100th. Students in the second tier each receive 100-gram spirit stone. Spirit stones can assist in spirit beast cultivation, and at market price, 100 grams is worth over 10,000 dragon coins. The first tier is even more impressive. 10th place gets 200 grams, 9th gets 300 grams, and it increases accordingly with the ranking. The first place gets a reward of a full 100 grams of spirit stones. And that's not all. In addition to the spirit stones, first place gets even more precious rewards. 1 evolution path and 1 set of evolution materials. When a beast's potential is exhausted, and it can no longer improve its level, the only way to continue is through evolution. A beastmaster must first find the correct evolution path for their beast, and then prepare the materials required by that path. Take the stone monkey, for example. After reaching bronze, if you want to reach silver, it must evolve into a stone monkey king. The official path for the stone monkey king costs 50,000 dragon coins, and the bundled evolution materials cost over 200,000 dragon coins. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. One simplification and buying the wine had drained all his savings. He was just worrying about how to make money when the reward document came out. Isn't this practically begging him to take first place? Yi Tian looked at De Sheng, who was already fast asleep on his shoulder, and felt a hint of pressure. De Sheng's growth rate was absurd, but Yi Tian certainly had competitors. Not all beast contracts started like Da Sheng, only at 10% of their juvenile stage. According to the class group chat earlier, there were several people in their school who had directly contracted beasts already close to the bronze rank. These individuals were usually blessed with both great talent and wealthy backgrounds. If they used external items to assist their beasts' cultivation, they could push their beasts to break through to the bronze rank at any moment. I have to find a way to make De Sheng break through as quickly as possible. Yi Tian rubbed his chin. Once De Sheng passes out, I have to wait for it to wake up before it can drink again. And it is impossible to improve one's alcohol tolerance in such a short time. Yi Tian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That is it, I can shorten the time De Sheng stays drunk. Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately took out his phone to search, and soon found the answer he was looking for. Sobering soup can help humans or beasts in a drunken state wake up quickly. There are other methods, but sobering soup is the fastest one. He checked the price. Yi Tian immediately felt his spirits sink. Good grief, a single serving of sobering soup costs 300 dragon coins. Actually, there was still a way. Yi Tian struggled for only a moment before making a decision. He had to borrow money. With De Sheng's breakthrough speed, even if he did not get first place, the chances of getting second or third were very high. But the gap between the first and second place prizes was simply too large. Including the difference in spirit stones and evolution materials, first place was 260,000 more than second place. Yi Tian would never be reconciled if he did not take a gamble. He could clearly tell which was more between 300 and 260,000. Beep. Yi Tian dialed a number, and a gentle, pleasant female voice sounded from the earpiece. Xiao Tian, has the beast contract been completed? Come back quickly, your sister has prepared a big feast for you. This person was none other than Yi Tian's older sister, Yi Ying. Yi Tian spoke. Sis, can you lend me some money? I have an urgent need for it, and I will pay you back tomorrow. 1,000? Ya Ying was very straightforward. Sure, I will transfer it to you on Qianbao right away. Forget about paying me back. Do I look like the kind of sister who is short on such a little bit of money? Alright, thank you, sis. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tian felt a bit of warmth in his heart. Yi Ying's income was not high, and after deducting necessary expenses, it was lucky if she had 2,000 left a month. Ding. A few seconds later, the notification sound for receiving money rang. Yi Tian got off the bus and ran all the way into a supermarket. In this world, no matter how big a supermarket is, it will always have a section specifically for selling resources and materials related to beast taming. 2 minutes later, he walked out of the supermarket, having spent all 1,000. 3 servings of sobering soup and a $100 bottle of monkey wine. According to Yi Tian's estimation, it was highly likely that the difficulty of leveling up would gradually increase. The single bottle of monkey wine he had might not be enough to get Dasheng to break through to bronze. Jiaxing Little Residence. This was the largest low-rent housing complex in Wushan City. Inside a rather cramped room, Ya Ying was waiting for Yi Tian to come home with some anxiety. She knew that Yi Tian's dream was to become a professional beast tamer. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Yi Tian's talent was too weak, and he could only contract a stone monkey. The minimum requirement for a professional beast tamer is for the beast to reach the silver rank and have a combat capability above the gold rank. With a stone monkey, it was clearly impossible. Therefore, since the test results came out the day before yesterday, Yi Tian's mood had been down. Today, he was even acting out of character by borrowing money from her. She was worried about Yi Tian's state, so she lent him the money without even asking. On the phone, Yi Ying acted normally, but in reality, she was extremely anxious. When Xiao Tian returns, I must properly comfort him. She only had Yi Tian left as a relative, and absolutely nothing could happen to him. Thump, thump. Familiar footsteps approached closer and closer, followed by the sound of a key in the lock and the rubbing of the door frame against the floor. Yi Tian was back. Ya Ying forced a casual and warm smile. Xiao Tian, come and eat. At the same time, she saw the wine bottle in Yi Tian's hand, and 3 other bottles of something she did not recognize, but were likely also wine. Wine? Could Xiao Tian be trying to drown his sorrows? While Yi Ying was sizing up Yi Tian was also looking at her. Long hair, a delicate face that looked a bit like his own. A feeling of a blood connection welled up from the deepest part of his heart. Sis. On the way, Yi Tian had already fed Dasheng a few mouthfuls of sobering soup. The effect was significant. Dasheng's mouth no longer exhaled the smell of alcohol, and he expected it would wake up in a while. There was nothing he could do before Dasheng woke up, so he might as well eat. Yi Tian ate this meal feeling speechless. Ya Ying kept trying to probe his mental state indirectly. Yi Tian said he was fine, better than ever, but Ya Ying did not believe him at all and gave him a sympathetic look. Her inner monologue was likely, this child is acting tough again. Yi Tian said, Sis, I am actually a beast-taming genius. I am confident I can make Dasheng reach bronze within a day. Then, with the school's reward, we can improve our quality of life. Yi Ying said, Right, our Xiao Tian is the best. Yi. Could you not be so insincere with your expression? Yi Tian had no choice but to finish eating quickly and return to his 3-square-meter bedroom. It seemed Yi Ying would not believe him until he produced results. On the other side, Yi Ying watched Yi Tian enter his room and finally could not help but let out a heavy sigh. It is over, Xiao Tian has lost his mind. Sigh, should I find a psychologist to help him? About 15 minutes passed. Dasheng finally stirred and woke up. The stone monkey species is amazing, to them alcohol is the best food. As soon as it woke up, it was thirsty again, drooling while looking at the bottle in Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian, hungry, drink? Yi Tian immediately satisfied Dasheng. Glug. Thud. Dasheng fell over again. Yi Tian stared intently at the data panel. This time the level had only increased by 19%. It is just as I thought. Fortunately, I was prepared. For the next few hours, Yi Tian continued the cycle of feeding Dasheng wine and sobering soup. Although the growth rate was getting slower and slower, he finally successfully cultivated Dasheng to 100% of the juvenile stage by 8 in the evening. A burst of white light appeared on Dasheng's body. When the white light dissipated, Dasheng had become a bronze rank stone monkey. Name Dasheng. Race stone monkey. Level bronze at 0%. Potential bronze. Skill drunkenness. Dasheng automatically learned a skill upon reaching the bronze rank. Focusing his mind on the word drunkenness, he quickly saw the detailed information for the skill. Drunkenness. When Dasheng is in a drunken state, it gains a small boost in speed. In other words, a drunk Dasheng runs faster and is more agile. Yi Tian was surprised to notice that Dasheng seemed to have grown a bit larger. It was only about half a forearm long before, but now it was nearly 2/3 of a forearm. At the same time, the yellow fur all over its body looked thicker and glossier. Oh woo. Dasheng stretched comfortably. And the surprises for Yi Tian were not over yet. A warm power emerged out of thin air within Yi Tian's body and spread throughout his entire being. His bones crackled. When the warmth faded, Yi Tian clenched his fist and felt that his strength had increased. He tried to lift the bed, which previously required both him and Ya Ying to lift together, and to his surprise, he lifted it with one hand. His body also felt healthier. He had caught a cold a few days ago that hadn't quite cleared up, but now it was completely gone. Whenever a beast breaks through a major rank, it can provide feedback of power to its beastmaster, helping them grow stronger as well. It is said that some high-level beastmasters are not only incredibly powerful, but also live much longer than ordinary people. That is because they have received so much feedback from their beasts. I must be the first person to train a beast to the bronze rank, right? Yi Tian wore an excited expression. It hadn't even been a day since he contracted the beast. To be precise, it had been 5 hours. Unfortunately, the school was already closed, so he had to wait until tomorrow morning to report his results. Lying on the bed and holding Dasheng, Yi Tian slowly drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he became a professional beastmaster revered by thousands. And Dasheng had transformed into the true great sage, capable of punching a hole through the sky with a single strike of its staff. The next morning, Yi Tian woke up very early to ensure he could get to school before it opened. But Ye Ying was up even earlier than him and had already prepared breakfast. Ye Ying had been taking care of him like this since they were little. Feeling warmed by her care, Yi Tian waved goodbye to Yi Ying after eating. Sister, Dasheng has broken through to bronze rank. I am heading to school to report my results and claim the reward. Once I get the money, I will treat you to a fancy meal. I will pay back the 1,000 yuan you gave me multiplied by 10. Ye Ying smiled as she watched Yi Tian leave. Then her expression immediately fell. Oh no, Xiao Tian's condition is worse than I thought. I have no idea what the kid is up to today. I just hope nothing bad happens. I need to contact a psychiatrist right away. After tidying up a bit, Yi Ying left for work with a heavy heart. Shanwu No. 2 Middle School, Academic Affairs Office. 2 teachers on duty were leaning over the desk chatting. The school leadership is truly brainless. We just finished helping another batch complete their contracts. Can't they let us teachers rest for a few days? They insist on scheduling people to be on duty from the very first day. As if any student could possibly train a beast to bronze rank on the first day. Exactly. Based on the experience of the last 10+ years, it takes at least 3 days before any student comes to register, so the first 2 days of duty are completely meaningless. Both teachers were quite disgruntled, and as they chatted, they began discussing which student they were most optimistic about. Of course it is Song Qingyang. The 2 teachers looked at each other with a knowing look. Their answers were the same. I heard that the kid contracted a moonlight cat in the late stage of infancy. His future is truly boundless. Plus, his family background is among the best of all the students. and they can provide a lot of support. I estimate he will likely come to register the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, one of them looked left and right, and after confirming no one was around, said cautiously, I heard that the reason the school increased the reward this time is because of the Song family's sponsorship. You could say the first place prize is specifically prepared for Song Qingyang. The other teacher was a bit surprised. The Song family is that confident? After thinking about it, he added, well, they do have the capital to be confident. Just then a knock on the door echoed. Both teachers looked curiously toward the source of the sound. Come in. Immediately after, they saw a handsome young man walk in, with a small monkey perched on his shoulder. Yi Tian? One of the teachers, Liu Zhang, who had led the team yesterday, recognized Yi Tian. Yi Tian greeted him respectfully. Teacher Liu. Liu Zhang looked puzzled. What are you doing at school? He didn't even think about Yi Tian coming to register for bronze rank, assuming he had some other business. Ahem, Teacher Liu, I am here to register. My beast has broken through to the bronze rank. What? Liu Zhang's eyebrows twitched. After a brief moment of surprise, his first reaction was disbelief. Don't joke around. Yi Tian was speechless. Teacher, I am not joking. Yi Tian, let me tell you, when a beast breaks through to bronze, there will be an omen. Are you sure you experienced that? Teacher, you mean the white light omen, right? If so, then my beast has indeed experienced it. Liu Zhang glanced at Dasheng on Yi Tian's shoulder and found it absolutely ridiculous. Although his reason told him this was impossible, seeing how persistent Yi Tian was, he had to fulfill his duty. Liu Zhang picked up the beast rank inspection instrument from the desk, placed it in front of Dasheng, and moved it from top to bottom. The inspection device was connected to a screen. The moment the check was finished, Dasheng's rank was immediately displayed. Bronze? Is it really bronze? Both teachers stood there stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Liu Zhang, refusing to give up, used the instrument to test it several more times, and all yielded the same result. He had no choice but to believe it. He remembered very clearly that in the breeding base, this batch of stone monkeys were all at the early stage of infancy. Meaning, Yi Tian used less than a day to make the stone monkey break through 3 minor levels and 1 major rank continuously? Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Doesn't the stone monkey have low potential? Scanning the school's history, there is no record of a stone monkey being the first to break through. Not to mention first, no beastmaster had ever reached it within the top 50. Song Qingyang, who was discussed earlier, had a beast that was naturally at the full stage of infancy. And his beast was a rare species with incredibly high potential. If he hadn't broken through yet, how did Yi Tian do it? Liu Zhang recalled the scene from yesterday and remembered thinking that Yi Tian must have given up on himself. Now it seems that wasn't the case at all. Luckily, he hadn't made his disdain too obvious yesterday. The two teachers looked at each other, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Liu Zhang couldn't help but ask Yi Tian. Yi Tian, how did you manage to do this? Inquiring about someone else's secrets is a major taboo, even between teachers and students, but Liu Zhang couldn't hold it back. Yi Tian scratched his head with an honest expression. I don't know either. After I got the cultivation method yesterday, I went home and started letting Dasheng practice. Maybe it's just more suited for cultivation, so the speed was a bit fast. He couldn't explain his golden finger, so he just pretended not to know and pushed it all onto talent. The two teachers' mouths twitched upon hearing that. You call this just a bit fast? Yi Tian not only broke the record for the highest stone monkey ranking, but also shattered the record for the fastest breakthrough time. The worldviews that both teachers had spent years building were starting to crumble. Seeing the two of them dazed, Yi Tian couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Liu, can you help me register now? Liu Zhang snapped back to reality and hurriedly said. Right, of course, absolutely. Yi Tian asked again. I saw in the school documents that there are rewards for beasts with top-tier breakthrough times. Any idea when I can claim them? By the way, I should be the first one to come register, right? Etienne didn't care about the ranking. What he cared about was the cold, hard cash reward. Liu Zhang had a peculiar expression. You are the first. He paused and added, the reward might take a day or two. I need to report your beast species and then prepare the corresponding evolution path and materials. Once the rewards are ready, I will call you to come and collect them. Etienne nodded. Got it, thank you very much, teacher. After a few more polite remarks, seeing that his information had been entered into the system, he said goodbye and left. Seeing Yi Tian walk far away, the two teachers started discussing it excitedly. Oh my god, I just have to say, oh my god. I almost screamed just now, but thankfully I reminded myself not to lose my composure in front of a student, so I held it back. Same here. Liu Zhang puffed out his chest with some pride. Not bad for a student I taught. The other teacher was speechless. What does that have to do with you? You are not even the homeroom teacher, just a subject teacher. Liu Zhang was in charge of teaching the Beast Compendium course, and he taught 6 classes, with Yi Tian's class being just one of them. But honestly, he did envy Liu Zhang a little. Regardless of Yi Tian's future achievements, the record he set today will be etched in school history, to be admired by those who come after. The other teacher sighed. Even now, I still find it hard to believe. The whole thing feels impossible. Old Liu, do you think both of us were having hallucinations? Liu Zhang rolled his eyes. Hallucinations, my foot. Would we both have the same hallucination at the same time? He then speculated. I actually have a guess. Perhaps the stone monkey Yi Tian contracted isn't a normal one at all. Maybe it is a mutated stone monkey. The other teacher frowned and thought. Mutated? That is definitely possible. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why the cultivation speed is so outrageous. Mutated beasts are 1 in 10,000, and even mutations come in benign and malignant forms. I reckon the mutation of Yi Tian's stone monkey is one that boosts cultivation speed. What a lucky kid. But Liu Zhang immediately shook his head. The pity is that stone monkeys don't have much potential. Even if it evolves into a stone monkey king, its peak can only reach the silver rank. Even if the cultivation speed is fast, it only means the stone monkey can master the brewing skill a bit earlier. The other teacher sighed, having the same thought. What a real shame. By the way, Liu Zhang suddenly remembered something. I called the principal, and he instructed me to inform him immediately if I encountered the first student who came to register. Ring ring. The sound of a call being placed rang out, and soon a deep, somewhat elderly voice could be heard. Hello, this is Zhou Tiangang, who is this? Good morning, principal. This is Liu Zhang, the duty teacher in the academic affairs office. What's the matter? Zhao Tiangang was a bit confused. Why would the academic affairs office call him so early in the morning? Well, it's like this. Then Liu Zhang told Zhao Tiangang about Yi Tian's situation. Hello? Principal, are you still there? I can't hear you. After finishing, there was silence on the other end, making one wonder if anyone was still listening. Hearing Liu Zhang's voice, Zhao Tiangang finally spoke again. Got it, I understand. Then he hung up the phone. On his face was an equally profound shock. Yi Tian's speed had truly shocked him, and as the principal, he had more knowledge than the two teachers. Which meant he thought of much more. Liu Zhang only thought that the stone monkey might have mutated, but Zhao Tiangang also thought of another possibility. Could it be that Yi Tian is one of those people with a special talent? Among beast masters, a small percentage are born with unique talents. They can assist the beast's cultivation or directly increase their combat effectiveness. These geniuses are as rare as mutated beasts. Beast mutation is actually not completely random, but follows certain patterns. The lower the potential of the beast, the harder it is to mutate, and even if it does, it is harder to gain powerful abilities. Stone monkeys are basically low-tier beasts, and there has never been any record of them mutating. So Zhao Tiangang was more inclined to believe it was Yi Tian's own ability. As he pondered, his eyes grew increasingly fervent. If it were true, but this still needs to be confirmed. Just then, a clear, beautiful female voice interrupted Zhou Tiangang's thoughts. "Dad, what are you daydreaming about there? You look pretty happy." Looking towards the source of the voice, it was a woman in her 20s, with a well-proportioned figure, long hair over her shoulders, fair skin, and delicate features. It was Zhou Tiangang's only daughter, Zhao Qiong. Zhou Qiong graduated from the Beast Training Academy less than 2 years ago, and is now a teacher at Zhou Tiangang's school, currently in charge of the second year. Zhou Tiangang recounted Yi Tian's story again, and he saw the same shock on Zhao Qiong's face. After the shock passed, Zhou Qiong seemed to think of something and raised a question. "Dad, are we still going to give the first place prize to Yi Tian?" Zhao Tiangang glared at his daughter. "Is that a question? The document has already been issued. Do you really expect me, a principal, to break my word?" Zhao Qiong said. "The problem is, the first place prize was specially prepared by the Song family for Song Qingyang. Everything has already been purchased, just waiting for him to pick it up." Zhao Tiangang snorted. "That is their own misjudgment, and they agreed to the reward scheme at the time. Their failure has nothing to do with us. Since things have been purchased, just return them. Besides, Moonlit Cat evolution costs at least 2 million dragon coins, while a stone monkey only needs 25,000. We are actually making a profit." Zhao Qiong nodded. "That is true." Having confirmed the distribution of the reward, the father and daughter started discussing Yi Tian himself. Zhou Qiong shook her head. "If what you guessed, Dad, is true that Yi Tian has a special talent for beast taming, then it is a real waste to contract a stone monkey." Zhao Tiangang had a different view. Even though a stone monkey has no potential, once it evolves into a stone monkey king and breaks through to silver, Yi Tian can receive the feedback from the evolution to construct a beast space, and then contract a second beast. If the second beast is a high-potential combat-type beast, there is still great potential for the future. Zhao Tiangang stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes. "When Yi Tian comes to claim his reward, have him come directly to my office."
On the other side, Yi Tian walked out of school in a great mood. His steps were much lighter as he turned to look at Dasheng. "We are going to be rich soon. Do you know that?" "Oh woo, what is being rich? Can you drink it?" Yi Tian rolled his eyes. Dasheng's level was growing fast, but his intelligence clearly hadn't caught up yet. After thinking for a moment, he summarized it for him. "You can drink being rich. I will buy you some good wine." Upon hearing the words good wine, Dasheng became excited. He started clapping his hands while howling. Among the rewards, besides the evolution materials, there were also 100 grams of spirit stones, which might be important to others but were useless to Yi Tian. Spirit stones are meant to assist in cultivation, but Dasheng does not need to cultivate at all. So Yi Tian thought about selling the spirit stones directly for money, and using part of it to buy wine for Dasheng. Some large, reputable stores have channels to acquire spirit stones, but the problem is that the purchase price would be much lower than the market price. Before the rewards are issued, I should look for a channel that offers a better price. Yi Tian muttered to himself as he planned. Just as he was about to cross the road nearest to the school, he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Yi Tian?" He looked over and saw it was his classmate, Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's screen name is "Don't Hurt If You Don't Love," which is the same person who posted in the class group yesterday, saying that he had also contracted a stone monkey. Zhao Liang saw Yi Tian walking out of the school from a distance and felt a bit puzzled. "Yi Tian, what are you doing at school?" He paused and added with a half smile. "You're not here to register your beast for reaching the bronze rank, are you?" Yi Tian nodded. It would be announced in a month anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. Pieffed. Seeing Yi Tian nod, Zhao Liang burst out laughing. "Haha, you're really humorous." He was just joking, yet you actually dared to agree. "I left something in the classroom and forgot to take it. I guess you are here for a similar reason, right?" He had gone to the breeding base with Yi Tian yesterday and saw that Yi Tian had chosen the most rebellious monkey in the end. He also saw that Yi Tian let the stone monkey get drunk just after contracting it. Therefore, he was certain that Yi Tian was joking. A stone monkey breaking through to bronze in one day. Give me a break. Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. Nowadays, nobody believes you even when you tell the truth. However, he had no interest in explaining. They could think whatever they wanted. Since both of their contracted beasts were stone monkeys, Zhao Liang couldn't help but start chatting with Yi Tian. My monkey started begging for wine the moment we got home yesterday. Mentioning this, Zhao Liang had a bit of a headache. If I don't give it wine, it absolutely refuses to study the cultivation technique. I gave in, but as soon as it finished drinking, it passed out. It couldn't cultivate at all, and it still hasn't even entered the basic level of the cultivation technique. I'm afraid it will take me at least 2 or 3 months to get the stone monkey to the bronze rank. Yi Tian thought about it. What a coincidence. My monkey also passed out from drinking yesterday, and more than once. Zhao Liang asked, Then has your monkey started the cultivation technique yet? Yi Tian thought again. Not yet. He swore that he was telling the truth. Zhao Liang seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and his gaze towards Yi Tian became much softer. Then we really are in the same boat. Presumably, Yi Tian's monkey must be even harder to train than his own, right? Yi Tian nodded. Yeah. After chatting for a while, Yi Tian made an excuse about having things to do at home and left. Zhao Liang watched Yi Tian's retreating back, and then looked at Dashing on his shoulder, feeling a bit confused. Come to think of it, why do I feel like Yi Tian's monkey is bigger than mine? He shook his head to banish the thought. It must be an illusion. On the other side, Yi Tian didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to the largest commercial district nearby to look around and inquire about the price of selling spirit stones. On the way, his phone kept vibrating. Over the past 2 days, the enthusiasm of his classmates for chatting had been more intense than the previous 3 years combined. Sad swordsman. It's so hard. My sky sound bird absolutely refuses to learn the cultivation technique. What should I do? Green bottle. My sticky slime is willing to learn, but the problem is it can't learn it at all. Sob sob, it hasn't even entered the basic level after a whole night. Many students were complaining about the difficulty of getting their beasts to cultivate. Green bottle. At Monitor Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, how are you doing? Monitor Zhang Hao. My Gale Mantis entered the basic level at 8 o'clock last night and cultivated all night long. Green bottle. Strong, strong, strong. Sad swordsman. Is this what a top player is like? So jealous. Don't hurt if you don't love. Woo woo woo, so envious. I just went to school to get something and ran into Yi Tian. We both contracted stone monkeys, and upon sharing, we found that our monkeys both got drunk last night and couldn't learn the technique at all. At this point, many students who had contracted stone monkeys started to voice their complaints. They criticized the laziness of the stone monkey species. Don't hurt if you don't love. At Monitor Zhang Hao, our class's reputation depends on you. If not even one person makes it into the top 100, we really won't be able to hold our heads high in front of the other classes. Monitor Zhang Hao, I'll work hard. Effort. Monitor Zhang Hao, by the way, I heard that many students from other classes are using spirit stones to assist in their cultivation. I'm so envious, especially Song Qingyang. Look at the circle of friends he posted. That handful of spirit stones is at least 500. Sad swordsman. Envious of the rich guy. Come to think of it, Brother Hao, your connections are really extensive. You actually have Song Qingyang's contact information. Monitor Zhang Hao. It's just so-so. Anyway, I'm going to go urge my beast to cultivate. I'll strive to break through within half a month and win some face for us. In the afternoon, Yi Tian returned home, feeling a bit of a heart-ache. After comparing dozens of merchant associations, the highest price currently offered for selling spirit stones was 90% of the market price. Calculating based on the market price of 10,000 dragon coins per 100J, 100J could be sold for 99,000 dragon coins. For Yi Tian, that was considered a huge sum of money. Lying on the bed, he planned for the future. Dasheng has already broken through to bronze. The next step is to let Dasheng evolve into a stone monkey king and break through to silver. Then I'll find a way to increase our combat power to see if we can pass the professional examination. Only after passing the professional examination could his and Yi Ying's lives truly start to get better. Professional beast tamers get a subsidy of several thousand dragon coins every month, even if they don't do anything. In some public places, they even have the privilege of priority access to resources. For example, when taking trains or planes, ordinary people need to line up, while professionals can walk directly through the VIP channel. The fastest way to increase combat power is to have the beast learn skills. I wonder if the process of learning skills can be simplified by the system. Tomorrow, after getting the money, I'll go buy a skill and give it a try. There was a little less than half a bottle of the wine bought yesterday left. Yi Tian let Dasheng drink it, and then discovered Dasheng's level hadn't increased by even 1%. He guessed in his heart. It seems that inferior wine is no longer enough to satisfy Dasheng. Beasts are graded, and many resources and materials related to them are also graded. Like wine, it goes in order from bottom to top: non-graded, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. This corresponds one-to-one with the beast levels. According to Yi Tian's estimation, Dasheng will need to drink spirit wine, at least at the bronze grade or higher, to continue improving. He sighed helplessly. The expenses for raising Dasheng are not small at all. The higher the grade of the wine, the more expensive it naturally is. Bronze grade wine never costs less than 1,000 dragon coins. After clearing his head, he checked the time. Yi Ying was about to get off work. Yi Tian started to prepare dinner. Yi Ying works in an old office building. Her daily work includes raising woolly sheep, shearing them, and recording the quality parameters of the wool. It is time to get off work. Yi Ying stretched, picked up her faded little cloth bag, and prepared to leave the office. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. "Hey, Xiao Ying, do you want to go to the mall tonight?" This person is Shi Na, who is the same age as her and started working at the company at the same time. They have a pretty good relationship. Shi Na walked over and linked her arm with Yi Ying's. "There is a promotion tonight with 70% off. Let us go get you a new bag. I saw one that would definitely look great on you. It only costs 78 yuan. You have been carrying this bag since we first started here. It is about time you got a new one." Yi Ying was tempted, as all girls want to look their best. But after a moment of hesitation, she declined. "Never mind, you go ahead. My brother has not been doing well lately, so I need to go back and keep him company." She smiled and lifted the bag in her hand. "I feel like this bag can still last for another 2 years. Shina tried to persuade her a few more times, but seeing that Yi Ying would not budge, she had no choice but to give up. The two of them walked out of the office building together and parted ways at the intersection. Yi Ying kept her eyes on her phone as she walked. She was chatting with a therapist. The therapist was recommended by a friend and had a very good reputation. It is said that he has bonded with a warm beast that emits a soothing light, which makes it easy for patients to open up to him. How about this? You place the order for the treatment service first, and then we will schedule a time to meet. Okay. Looking at the doctor's message, Yi Ying did not hesitate to place the order and went to the payment page. According to the rules of the platform, you have to pay before the service, and payments are non-refundable after the order is placed. 4,000 yuan, wow, that is a bit expensive. Well, there must be a reason why it is so expensive. Ding dong. Payment successful. Yi Ying clenched her little fist. Such an expensive doctor will surely be able to cure Xiao Tian. After discussing, they agreed on a meeting time of 6 p.m. tomorrow and provided an address. When she got home, just as Yi Ying expected, her brother was completely trapped in the fantasy he had created for himself. "Sister, I have already gone to school to register my grades, and I am ranked first. Zhao Tian is amazing. Ya Ying applauded with glee like a seal. Yi Tian, sister, I know you do not believe me yet. Just wait until I get my reward and put it in front of you. We will see if you believe me then. All right, I will look forward to it. Ya Ying smiled. She felt that she must not provoke Yi Tian right now and should just play along with everything he said. As for his treatment, that is a job for the professionals. After dinner, they washed the dishes together, and Ya Ying suddenly asked, Zhao Tian, accompany me to a place tomorrow night. What? A great place you will see when we get there. Early the next morning, Yi Tian received a message on his phone saying that the reward for first place was ready and that he should make time to go to school to collect it. So soon? He thought he would have to wait a few days. He did not expect the school's efficiency to be this high. Yi Tian tidied up a bit, ate a quick breakfast, and headed to school immediately. He was told the reward was with the principal and that he should go to the principal's office to collect it. So Yi Tian went to the door of the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi Tian walked into the room. The layout was simple. There was a desk near the window, and a white-haired middle-aged man was sitting behind it. It was none other than Principal Zhao Tiangang. If Yi Tian remembered correctly, Zhao Tiangang was a Diamond-tier Beastmaster. The rank of a Beastmaster is determined by the rank of the highest tier beast they have bonded with. If a Beastmaster has a Gold-tier beast, they can call themselves a Gold-tier Beastmaster. In addition, to show respect to Diamond-tier Beastmasters, one could also address them as Beastmaster. Hello, Principal. Yi Tian greeted him politely, and at Zhao Tiangang's gesture, sat in the chair opposite him. Zhao Tiangang looked at Yi Tian with a smile. Although Yi Tian had been his student for 3 years, this was the first time the two of them had actually met. The students Zhao Tiangang paid attention to were at least the top 10 in each grade, and Yi Tian's grades were very average. Zhao Tiangang first asked about his life before getting to the main point. Student Yi Tian, here is your reward for first place. You can open it and check if anything is missing. As he spoke, he seemed to pull a wooden box out of thin air as if performing a magic trick and pushed it toward Yi Tian. When a Beastmaster cultivates a beast to the silver tier, they automatically construct a beast space. This space can not only store beasts but also be used as a portable storage container. Yi Tian took it and opened it. There were 3 items inside: a small booklet, a pouch wrapped in a silk scarf, and 2 fist-sized transparent stones. If his guess was correct, the booklet was the evolution path for the Stone Monkey King, the pouch contained the necessary materials for evolution, and the stones were spirit stones. Yi Tian could not help but pick up the 2 spirit stones and weigh them in his hand. They were much heavier than he expected, so he looked at Zhao Tiangang with confusion. Zhao Tiangang smiled and explained, "What you have in your hand is 2,000 grams of spirit stones. The portion exceeding the reward was my own private gift to you. I checked your file, and you must have put in more effort than anyone else to achieve the first place ranking." Zhao Tiangang had looked at Yi Tian's file and knew that his family background was not good. Thinking of his own similar experiences, he decided to do this. Besides, Yi Tian had earned a large sum of money for the school, so he deserved to be rewarded. Yi Tian did not act. He was currently in need of resources, so instead of refusing, he would rather work hard to become stronger and repay Zhao Tiangang later. "Thank you, Principal." They continued to chat, mostly with Zhao Tiangang asking questions and Yi Tian answering, until they inevitably brought up Dasheng. "Student Yi Tian, would you mind letting me examine your stone monkey? Its rate of improvement is truly mind-boggling, so I suspect it may have undergone some mutation. Do not worry, I would never do anything harmful to your beast. If it turns out to have positive results, it might even be a stroke of luck for you. Of course, you are free to refuse." Yi Tian thought for a moment and agreed. Zhao Tiangang is a beastmaster, It is unlikely he would have any ill intentions toward a beginner at the bronze tier like him. However, he would likely find nothing, which would have nothing to do with him anyway. Once Yi Tian gave his consent, Zhao Tiangang's eyes were instantly veiled with a layer of yellow light. Faced with Zhou Tiangang's gaze, Dasheng felt his scalp tingle. Oh woo, that human's look is so strange. Yi Tian placed his hand on Dasheng's back. Be good, he has no ill intentions. A moment later, the yellow glow faded and Zhao Tiangang muttered to himself. A perfectly normal stone monkey, without the slightest sign of mutation. Yi Tian had expected at least a hint of doubt on his face, but there was none. Instead, he looked rather excited. Zhao Tiangang looked at Yi Tian with a gentle tone. Calling you by your full name is too formal. I will just call you Zhao Tian from now on. Don't call me principal anymore either. Just call me old Zhou. Now it was Yi Tian's turn to be confused. Why does it feel like the principal is trying to get close to me? Must be an illusion, right? Zhao Tiangang continued. Zhao Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you possess a special talent for nurturing pet beasts. A special talent? Seeing that Yi Tian was puzzled, Zhao Tiangang explained in detail what a special talent was and how rare it was. Yi Tian nodded. Understood. Zhao Tiangang definitely misunderstood. But according to him, this thing called a special talent cannot be detected by any instruments. So why not just play along? It happens to be a perfect cover for the system. Zhao Tiangang took a small booklet out from his B-space and placed it in front of Yi Tian. Zhao Tian, are you interested in becoming a member of the Pet Beast Nurturing and Evolution Research Institute? For a talent like you with a special gift, the Institute is definitely the best stage to utilize your abilities. I am also a member of the Institute and have the power to recommend candidates. I can exempt you from the admission exam, but you will still need to go through an interview. You only need to demonstrate Dasheng's training speed, and your chances of passing will be very high. Yi Tian picked up the booklet and began to flip through it. It contained a detailed introduction to the Institute. The Pet Beast Nurturing and Evolution Research Institute, or Research Institute for short, is the dedicated agency for it. It is an institution specifically responsible for researching how to improve the growth speed of pet beasts and creating evolution paths for them. The vast majority of evolution paths on the market were created by them. For example, the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King was created 500 years ago by a researcher known as Dr. Ao. Yi Tian frowned, thinking to himself. It just so happens that he was planning to find Dasheng's evolution path himself, or create one if he couldn't. He didn't expect there to be a dedicated agency for this. He had previously searched online for how to create new evolution paths for beasts but found no answers. After asking Zhao Tiangang, he finally learned the steps. A beast needs to learn a technique called evolution factor exploration to explore the possibilities existing within its own bloodline. Based on the possibilities discovered, constant experimentation and refinement are needed to eventually find a new evolution path. And the technique evolution factor exploration is only available within the Institute and is prohibited from being shared with non-members. Stealing the knowledge is even a violation of the law. Dasheng is still just a weak little bronze-level beast. Going up against a nation would clearly be suicide. In that case, if he wants Dasheng to evolve again, there is only one way. I have to get into the Institute and obtain the technique. Yi Tian set this as his goal. But considering his own situation, he cautiously asked Zhao Tiangang, Old Zhou, if I join the Institute, do I need to work on site every day? He had another reason for wanting to become a professional beast master, and that was freedom. Zhao Tiangang smiled. Of course not. Most researchers just hold a honorary title at the Institute. Look at me, I'm still doing just fine as a principal, aren't I? If you want to spend every day at the Institute, you can. They will provide you with various instruments and experimental materials. However, you must complete at least one project every year. Don't worry, it's very simple. There was nothing left to hesitate about. Yi Tian agreed immediately. Seeing that Yi Tian agreed, Zhao Tiangang picked up his phone and dialed a number. While waiting for it to connect, he said to Yi Tian, "There are different levels in the institute. I am currently a level 2 researcher. Hey, I still have some influence in the institute. I will get this sorted for you with just one call." Beep. The call connected. Zhao Tiangang became quite serious. "Old Zhang, it's me, little Zhu. The situation is like this." The call lasted for several minutes, and the longer it went, the worse Zhao Tiangang's face looked. Yi Tian also knew why, because he could hear the voice coming from the receiver. "What, a stone monkey? Forget it, don't even talk about internal recommendations. Don't use up our team's quota. That's it. If the person you mentioned really has talent, tell him to pass the exam himself." Beep. After hanging up, Zhao Tiangang's expression was as cold as water. He didn't understand why old Zhang was being so disrespectful today. Wasn't he essentially slapping his face? He looked at Yi Tian with some regret. "Zhao Tian, I am truly sorry." Yi Tian shook his head. "Old Zhu, I heard everything. I am already very grateful that you were willing to give me a chance. This is not your fault." After that, the atmosphere between the two became a bit awkward, so Yi Tian found an excuse to leave. Watching Yi Tian walk out of the office, Zhao Tiangang shook his head helplessly. "That old man, there will come a day you regret this." Earlier, he noticed that Yi Tian's expression didn't change at all when facing old Zhang's almost mocking words. His estimation of Yi Tian rose once again. Not only does he have a special talent, but his temperament is also far beyond his peers. Kids Yi Tian's age usually have massive pride. If it were someone else, they might have gotten red in the face with anger, even if they didn't start a verbal argument with old Zhang. This child has a limitless future. On his way out, Yi Tian casually checked the time for the institute's examination. Even without the internal recommendation, he still had to try. This was about whether Dasheng could evolve again. The institute has a branch in almost every city. According to the official website, the next exam in Wushan City is in 10 days. The registration fee is 100 dragon coins, and registration starts in 2 days. I have to try. He shook his head and pushed the thought aside for now. There were other urgent matters to attend to. Dasheng is already bronze level, so he could start working on the evolution. Preparations for evolution are not something that can be finished in a single day, so naturally, the earlier the better. Walking to a pavilion, Yi Tian opened the manual on the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King. The evolution manual is divided into 2 parts, introduction and detailed explanation. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he finished reading the introduction, and an expression of understanding appeared on Yi Tian's face. "I see. I have to say evolution is really a troublesome business. According to what is written here, there are 2 steps for a stone monkey to evolve into a stone monkey king. First, train the stone monkey to identify various plants and vegetation. It needs to recognize at least 20 types related to brewing wine. Then, apply a powder called free yeast to the stone monkey's palms for 30 consecutive days. At the same time, it must consume plant essence every day. In other words, it will take at least 30 days for Dasheng to complete the evolution. That is quite a while. More specific steps, including data on required materials and so on, are all in the detailed introduction." Just as he was about to flip through it, a familiar prompt tone rang out. "Detected evolution path for Stone Monkey King, target Dasheng. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify it?" Yi Tian was ecstatic. Can the evolution process be simplified too? He really wanted to say yes immediately, but unfortunately he had no money. He jumped up from his chair and immediately headed to the commercial district. He found the Chamber of Commerce that offered the highest price for spirit stones yesterday and exchanged 2,000 grams of spirit stones for 180,000 dragon coins. Choose yes. The newly acquired dragon coins vanished by 10,000 in an instant. Simplification complete. Stone Monkey King Evolution Path. Drink wine. Requirements. 1. Dashing's cultivation level reaches 100% of bronze tier. 2. Over 500 ml of spirit wine at silver tier or above. Bronze tier 100% 500 ml of silver quality wine. Yi Tian repeated the requirements for the Stone Monkey King's evolution in his mind. Neither of these two requirements is too difficult. Dashing's cultivation level can be improved just by drinking wine. And the other requirement for Dashing's evolution is also related to drinking wine. Yi Tian had specifically checked on silver tier wines, and the cheapest ones were around 10,000 dragon coins a bottle. He could afford it now, but since Dashing was still a long way from reaching 100% bronze, he wasn't in a hurry to buy it. Since the evolution path had been simplified, the evolution materials given by Zhu Tiangang were now useless. Yi Tian returned to the Chamber of Commerce where he sold the spirit stones, and after some bargaining he sold both the evolution path and the materials for a total of 210,000. The evolution manual is expensive to buy but sells for a huge discount. Fortunately, he hadn't read the detailed part of the manual yet. Once he did, it would trigger an anti-theft mechanism, and the evolution path would no longer be sellable. Leaking evolution paths at will is illegal, and if caught, you would at least spend a few years in prison. Counting his previous money, Yi Tian now had a total of 380,000 dragon coins. A figure that made his heart race. This was the first time he had ever possessed such wealth. He couldn't help but feel happy. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Time for a shopping spree. After handling the evolution materials and other items, Yi Tian didn't go straight home. Instead, he went into a chamber of commerce that specialized in selling beast taming skills. He planned to pick out an offensive skill for Dashing. Skills can be divided into racial skills and acquired skills based on how they are obtained. For example, the drunkenness Dashing awakened upon reaching bronze is a racial skill. They are automatically obtained when the beast meets certain conditions. Acquired skills, on the other hand, can be learned through the beast's efforts. A beast's strength consists mainly of 3 parts: its own cultivation level, its potential, and the skills it possesses. To improve Dashing's strength and cope with the future professional beast tamer assessment, learning an offensive skill is necessary. Hello sir, how can I help you? A female staff member in uniform saw Yi Tian enter and immediately walked over to greet him. I want to choose an offensive skill for my beast. Alright sir, please come this way with me. There are many types of skills, and the shop has a special room for offensive skills. Entering the room, a large cabinet listed various skill manuals. At the same time, one could view detailed information by entering the skill number into a monitor next to the cabinet. Tiger Roar Bronze Tier. Description: uses a special method to emit a roar to intimidate enemies. Learning requirements: Tiger type beasts. Price 5000. Water Dragon Bullet Silver Tier. Description: summons water elements to form a water dragon to attack enemies. Learning requirements: must possess water element affinity. Price 300,000. Skills are, of course, graded. Yi Tian wanted to buy a high-level skill, but he was truly strapped for cash. Looks like I'm still a poor man, huh? The inflated mindset he had from suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of dragon coins was instantly corrected. Everything related to beasts is just so expensive. Actually, if he spent every last cent, Yi Tian could afford a silver tier skill. But he looked through them and couldn't find a skill suitable for Dashing. The higher the level of the skill, the higher the requirements for the beast itself. However, there was one bronze skill that was very suitable for Dashing. 8 Direction Stick Bronze. Description: when a beast uses a stick-type weapon, it can stack shadow images to attack simultaneously. Learning requirements: beast must have upper limbs similar to human hands. Price 30,000. He remembered when he first saw Dashing, it was playing with a small stick. Moreover, monkey-type beasts perfectly met the learning requirements for the 8 Direction stick, and the price wasn't high. This was the most suitable one Yi Tian found after scouring through hundreds of skills. Yi Tian made his decision immediately. I'll take it. After buying the skill, he spent another 10,000 to buy 10 bottles of bronze tier wine. Only then did he return home. After getting home, Dasheng hugged the newly bought wine and gulped down several mouthfuls. Sure enough, Yi Tian saw on the data panel that its cultivation level started to increase again, though not as exaggeratedly as before. Shoving Dasheng aside, Yi Tian opened the 8-direction stick training manual and started studying it. It took about half an hour to finish reading. I see. Learning a skill isn't just about throwing a skill book at the beast and expecting it to learn automatically. Especially for low-level beasts, they simply don't have that level of intelligence. It requires the beast tamer to guide the beast step by step. Just as Yi Tian was about to call Dasheng over for training, 2 mechanical voices rang out in his ears one after another. Detected 8-direction stick training manual, target Dasheng. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify it? Skill simplification module activated, detected drunkenness, target Dasheng. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify it? Yi Tian was ecstatic. This is great. I didn't expect the system to give me such a huge surprise. Cultivation progress can be simplified, evolution paths can be simplified, even skill training can be simplified. Aha! Then there's no doubt, of course I'll choose yes. Total 20,000 dragon coins, piece of cake. As he made his choice, he immediately heard 2 pleasant sounds. Simplification complete. 8-direction stick training, hugging a stick. Hint: this simplified plan can only raise 8-direction stick proficiency to the proficient level. Simplification complete. Drunkenness training, drinking wine. Yi Tian exclaimed when he saw the tip for the 8-direction stick. This was the first time a hint had appeared during simplification. Skill proficiency is divided from low to high: beginner, practiced, proficient, perfect, and transcendent. Being able to simplify it to the proficient level is already quite good. According to Yi Tian's estimation, going from proficient to perfect might require the coordination of other conditions. Compared to the 8-way staff, the simplified version of drunkenness is still so straightforward. There are no prompts, which means it can be trained all the way to the highest level. However, it is highly likely that, just like with cultivation realms, the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes, requiring higher grade spirit wine. Dasheng, come over here for a second. Ow. When I bought the skill, it came with an iron staff, which is perfect for Dasheng to carry around. Yi Tian tossed the roughly 1 meter long iron staff to Dasheng, and it caught it with practiced ease. It is clear that it played with sticks quite often before it was contracted by Yi Tian. The monkey gripped the staff, and for some reason, Dasheng started smiling happily, as if it had just received a favorite toy. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Dasheng really has such a strong affinity for the staff? He then said to Dasheng, "From now on, I want you to hold on to it at all times." Ow. Dasheng agreed without the slightest resistance, and then Yi Tian watched as its skill proficiency began to skyrocket. Species: stone monkey. Level: bronze 0% to 2%. Potential: bronze. Skills: drunkenness, novice 0% to 1%. 8-way staff, untrained 0% to 20%. Good heavens, this speed is simply ridiculously fast. Innate talent skills start at the novice level, while learned skills have to start from scratch. In less than 2 minutes, the 8-way staff reached the novice level. By this point, the way Dasheng swung the staff already looked much more pleasing to the eye. After that, it took another 2 hours for the 8-way staff to reach the proficient level. The staff is a meter long, longer than Dasheng's own body, yet it seemed to have become an extension of its arm. There was an indescribable harmony in the way it wielded the staff. As afternoon arrived, Yi Tian cooked a meal and checked his phone while waiting for Yi Ying to come home. He had spent the whole afternoon researching what exactly the Research Institute's exam entails. His phone had been vibrating all afternoon. What are these people talking about now? Yi Tian habitually lurked in the group chat, just to relax. Class monitor Zhang Hao. This is absurd, classmates, absolutely absurd. Sad little sword, what's up brother Hao? Class monitor Zhang Hao. I saw Song Qinggang's social media post. His beast is about to break through to bronze. Expected to break through tomorrow morning. Sad little sword, hiss. Don't hurt if you don't love, gasping in shock. Sticky slime. Please, have some mercy. My treasure hasn't even learned a cultivation technique yet, and you're already about to break through? Green bottle. Is Song Qinghang cheating? I heard from seniors in the previous batch that the fastest one ever took 3 days. Green bottle. We signed our contracts the day before yesterday at noon. Counting today, God Song only took 2.5 days. Did he break the school record or what? Pure girl. Heh, so now we're calling him God Song? Did my Songji give you permission to call him that? Green bottle, ugh. The group was full of exclamations, all marveling at Song Qinghang's ridiculous speed of improvement. Class monitor Zhang Hao. Sighs. He was already in the late juvenile stage when they signed the contract, plus his family is rich and spared no cost to boost his progress. That's why he achieved this. Can't compare. Class monitor Zhang Hao. Forget it. No more talking. I'd better get back to honestly urging my beast to train. The group chat fell into silence after that. I guess they were all hit hard by Song Qinghang after the shock wore off. After reading the chat, Yi Tian's mood actually improved a lot. If they're this scared over 2.5 days, wouldn't they terrified to know dashing didn't even take a day? Yi Tian closed the group chat and opened a local shopping app. The Research Institute's assessment consists of 2 parts. One is practical combat and the other is a written exam. The content of the practical assessment changes every time, testing the overall abilities of the examinees, making it hard to prepare specifically. As for the written exam, the scope is clearly defined, covering 2 books, Comprehensive Beast Evolution and Beast Breeding Basics. It is worth mentioning that these 2 books require both the beast and the beast master to study together. Beast masters and their beasts can participate in the testing process together. It seems that the beasts contracted by researchers are not low in intelligence at all. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim. He decided to buy these 2 books and try a crash course over the next few days. How does the saying go? Polish the spear before the battle. Even if it's not sharp, it will still shine. As for the practical part, Yi Tian placed his hopes on the system. I wonder if the simplification system will be useful then. I have to try it out. Even if I don't pass, it's worth it for the experience. Just after placing the order, Dasheng ran over and hugged Yi Tian's thigh. Its face was full of excitement. Oh. After realizing what Dasheng wanted, Yi Tian also felt a bit excited. Over the afternoon, Dasheng's 8-way staff skill had finally advanced to the proficient level. It had come specifically to show off to Yi Tian, just like a child who has just learned a skill and is eager to show it to the adults. Yi Tian patted Dasheng's head, wondering why he suddenly felt like an old father. Come on, show me. Whoosh. Dasheng hopped back 2 meters and swung its staff towards a wall. To the naked eye, 3 afterimages appeared on the iron staff. It was as if 4 staves in staggered space were being swung at the same time. Even though it was still 2 or 3 meters away from the wall, a gust of staff wind surged out from the tip. Boom. The staff wind slammed into the wall. The originally smooth wall instantly sprouted spider web-like cracks. Good heavens, that was just the wind. If the staff itself had hit the wall, it might have easily punched a hole right through it. So powerful. Yi Tian couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, his eyes wide in shock. To be honest, this exceeded his expectations. Many predecessors have tried to teach stone monkeys attack skills, but almost all failed because their innate talent is truly too poor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only choice for beast masters without talent. And the very few who succeeded spent 10 times the effort of other beast masters, only to get less than 1/10 of the result. So, it is very likely that Dasheng is the first stone monkey in history to possess a proficient level attack skill. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Tian suddenly realized something. With a howl, he lunged towards the wall. My wall. If he had known Dasheng's attack was so fierce, he would never have let it practice indoors. The apartment is rented. If I break the landlord's wall, I'll have to pay for it. After checking for a moment, luckily it didn't punch a hole through. There were just some cracks that could be patched up. Yi Tian made a firm decision in his heart. I will never let Dasheng use its skills indoors again. A proficient level bronze skill is already this terrifying. I can only imagine how frightening higher quality and higher proficiency skills will be. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Yi Tian knew he couldn't blame Dasheng for breaking the wall. He put on a kind smile and walked over to it. Dasheng is really amazing, he said while clapping his hands. Dasheng began to cheer and dance with joy. Yi Tian's praise made it very happy. Yi Tian couldn't help but think that raising a beast and raising a child have quite a lot in common.
After getting drunk a few times at the beginning, Dasheng learned to pace himself. Now, he can maintain the state of being drunk without actually falling over. All data on the dashboard is rising steadily. Race Stone Monkey. Level Bronze 2% to 9%. Potential Bronze. Skills. Drunkenness Beginner 1% to 40%. 8-way Staff Proficient 0%. Just as Yi Tian was admiring the data, a mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that 8-way staff has reached proficient level. Target, Dasheng. Do you want to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify the training process from proficient to perfect? I see. Once a skill reaches the limit of its simplified plan, a new plan becomes available. But 100,000 dragon coins? That's way too expensive. Yi Tian's heart was bleeding. And he could foresee that going from perfect to mastered would cost him another fortune. After weighing his options, he chose yes. He comforted himself at the same time. No pain, no gain. 100,000 dragon coins deducted. Current balance, 220,000. Yi Tian could practically hear his money slipping away. Simplification complete. 8-way staff proficiency upgrade requirement. Possess a weapon. Requirement. The weapon's quality must be above silver grade. Soon the simplified plan was generated. A silver grade weapon? Yi Tian had 220,000 left. If he went all in, he could afford the cheapest silver grade weapon. After thinking about it, he decided against it. Dasheng had many other places that needed money. He would wait until he had more money later. Money, it's never enough. Yi Tian looked out the window, feeling a bit melancholy. Around 5:30. A hurried set of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Soon Yi Ying opened the door and entered the room. She glanced at the time and frowned slightly. She was supposed to be home by 5:15, but just before she left work, her boss stopped her and insisted on introducing her to a date. She had to make all sorts of excuses just to escape. She had no plans to start dating, but she couldn't offend her boss, so she couldn't be too blunt. She washed her hands quickly and sat down at the dining table. Xiao Tian, let's eat quickly. We have 15 minutes to finish, then I'm taking you somewhere. Yi Tian asked curiously. Where to? Yi Ying replied. I found a therapist for you. Huh? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. I'm not sick, why do I need a therapist? Yi Ying rolled her eyes. She knew Yi Tian would say that. So she said, geez, our office gave out benefits, and I got a voucher for a therapy session. So I thought I'd take you to check it out. Otherwise it'd go to waste. Yi Tian rolled his eyes as well. Right. In just a few seconds, he had pieced together the whole story. He felt both touched and helpless. He sighed and said softly, Sis, therapy isn't cheap, is it? Yi Ying stiffened and waved her hand. Not at all, I told you it was a free gift. Yi Tian didn't want to dwell on the topic. The only way to prove he had no mental issues was with cold, hard facts. So, he took out his phone and pulled up his bank account balance. Slap! He slammed the phone down in front of Yi Ying. Open your eyes and look closely. As he spoke, he couldn't help but hum with pride. Yi Ying looked at the phone screen in confusion. And then she froze. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 2. She exited the app and opened it again. No mistake, it was definitely the bank's app. But how could Xiao Tian have 220,000? Having worked for 2 years, Yi Ying knew how hard it was to earn money, and this number was a huge shock to her. She was certain that a few days ago, Yi Tian absolutely didn't have this much. Getting 220,000 just a few days made Yi Ying think of a famous saying. The most profitable methods are all written in the criminal law. But she knew her brother was definitely not that kind of person. She was baffled. Her brain crashed completely. With her little head, she really couldn't figure it out. So she stopped thinking and pointed at the balance to ask Yi Tian. Brother, where did this money come from? Yi Tian replied calmly. I told you I'm a beast-taming genius. I was the first to cultivate Dasheng to bronze rank. I registered yesterday morning and received the reward this morning. I exchanged the reward for cash, and that's what you see. He didn't mention that he had already spent over 100,000. He was afraid that large sum would scare Yi Ying. Yi Ying furrowed her brows. Given their family genetics, her talent was poor, so Yi Tian's talent should also be poor. And that was indeed the case. Yi Tian, who could only contract a stone monkey, actually had even lower talent than her. Seeing Yi Ying was still skeptical, Yi Tian played his trump card. Making a call. Beep. Jian? Zhao Tiangang's voice came from the other end. If he hadn't been desperate, Yi Tian wouldn't have wanted to disturb him. He organized his words and said, Old Zhu, it's like this. He explained that his sister didn't believe him and stated his purpose for calling, to ask Zhao Tiangang to vouch for him. Zhao Tiangang laughed heartily. Small matter. Listen, a phone call isn't convincing enough. I'll video call you instead. Beep, the call ended, and immediately after, the video call prompt sounded. After answering, Zhao Tiangang's aged face appeared on the screen. Yi Tian took Yi Ying's hand and placed the phone into it. Zhao Tiangang's voice came through. I am Zhou Tiangang. I confirm that everything Yi Tian said is true. Yi Tian took back his phone, thanked him, and hung up. He looked back at Ying. Do you believe me now? Yi Ying was completely stunned, her mouth wide enough to fit a fist, her jaw almost dislocated. She and Yi Tian went to the same high school, so naturally she knew Zhou Tiangang. In her impression, Zhao Tiangang was a high and mighty figure. She thought that after graduation, she would never cross paths with him again in her life. She didn't expect that with just one call from her brother, Zhao Tiangang would appear on screen and talk to her seriously. Could it be that everything Yi Tian said was actually true? She had watched Yi Tian's whole process, and there were no signs of any deception. Since Zhou Tiangang himself vouched for him, there could only be one explanation. Xiao Tian, he really made it. After the surprise, Yi Ying jumped up directly. Ah! That's great! Xiao Tian, you're amazing! She grabbed Yi Tian's hand, wanting to jump with him. Seeing his sister so happy for once, Yi Tian didn't want to dampen her mood. And so shortly after, they heard shouting from the window downstairs. Hey upstairs, can you have some civic sense? Stop jumping around in your house. Do you know how loud that is? You're disturbing my sleep. Yi Ying gave an embarrassed smile. Her hair was messed up from jumping, and her cheeks were flushed from the activity. Xiao Tian, tell me quickly, I'm not dreaming, am I? Yi Tian looked into Yi Ying's eyes seriously. That's right, you are dreaming. Pieft? Yi Ying chattered on and on with her questions. Xiaoshan, how on earth did you manage to do that? Yi Tian shrugged. I wanted to get along with you as a normal person, but instead, I ended up getting a psychiatrist. I'll lay my cards on the table, I'm a genius. Faced with the ironclad proof of 200,000 dragon coins and the call logs with Zhou Tiangang, Ye Ying had no choice but to believe that her younger brother might have undergone a genetic mutation. Afterward, Yi Tian explained to her the existence of special talents. Yi Ying linked arms with Yi Tian. "Sai, it is all my fault. If only I had discovered you had a special talent sooner. I would have even taken out a loan to buy you a better beast pet." Great Sage? It was drinking happily on the side. How did it innocently get dragged into this? Yi Tian's mouth twitched and he changed the subject. "We do not need to go see the psychiatrist now, right?" As soon as he said this, Ye Ying seemed to recall something, and she stiffened instantly. "Ah, my 4,000 yuan." The moon on the horizon was gradually fading. Wushan City, Huading Yujing. This is the most famous wealthy district in the whole city, inside a 4-story villa. Song Qingyang was watching his beast pet undergo a transformation. His beast pet was a light blue moonlight cat. Even without evolving, this species has the potential to reach the gold level, and after evolution, it can reach as high as diamond level. It is a bona fide rare beast pet. It can be said that not even a second beast pet better than Song Qingyang's moonlight cat could be found in the entire school. This was a cub that the Song family spent millions to acquire. The blue light slowly dissipated from the moonlight cat's body. Song Qingyang opened his eyes, which were struggling to stay awake, in pleasant surprise. He had stayed up all night watching over it, and finally, it was time for the harvest. A faint pressure emanated from the moonlight cat, and it raised its paw and swiped at the floor. 4 sharp, crescent moon-like air blades shot out immediately from its claws. Sizzla, sizzla, sizzla. The air blades made a teeth-grinding sound against the floor, and when they dissipated, one could clearly see 4 marks over a finger deep in the floor. "Great!" Song Qingyang stood up excitedly, clapping his hands. As expected of an ultra-rare beast pet. Just breaking through to bronze, and it has already mastered a silver-level skill. Song Qingyang put his hands on his hips. 2.5 days to break through, and mastering a silver-level skill right after. Who can compare with me? He was enjoying himself for a moment when he suddenly thought of something. Right, I should post a moment on social media. Being awesome without posting it to social media is like wearing fine silks in the dark. Click. Song Qingyang took a photo with his moonlight cat, edited the text, and clicked post. Sorry everyone, I've taken the first place. In the end, I did not do the hard work of the past 2.5 days. Image attached. Image attached. Image attached. In less than 5 seconds, people immediately liked and replied. Zhang Hao from class 17, "Brother Hang is amazing." Voice cracking. Ding ding ding. Song Qingyang turned the notification volume to the max, and ding sounds kept ringing out. They were all praises for him. Although Song Qingyang was incredibly smug on the inside, he still replied modestly to everyone. "Oh, it is nothing, nothing. I was just a bit lucky, coupled with my usual diligence, that is how I achieved this." He tidied up briefly. Song Qingyang's gaze suddenly became fierce. "It is time to collect the honor that belongs to me." Driving his limited edition car and picking up a few friends on the way, Song Qingyang soon arrived at the school gate. He got out of the car and waved to them. "I am going in. Brother Hang, we will wait for you." Breezing through the halls, Song Qingyang walked into the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello teacher, my beast pet has broken through to the bronze level." Liu Zhang was on duty again today. For some reason, when Song Qingyang said this, he felt that Liu Zhang's expression while looking at him was a bit strange. He thought he had just stunned him, so he repeated it again. Only then did Liu Zhang wave his hand at him. "Alright, come over and register." Song Qingyang found it a bit strange. This should not be happening. Shouldn't a teacher at least suck up to a proud son of heaven like me? Even if you have some backbone, you should at least be enthusiastic. He had already prepared himself to be lavishly praised, only to respond with humility, and he had even drafted his speech on the way here. To think it was all a waste. Walking to the registration desk, Liu Zhang picked it up, scanned the moonlight cat up and down and after confirming there were no issues with its level, entered Song Qinggang's information into the system. People have expectations, and he had already seen Yi Tian's outrageous performance. Looking at Song Qingang now, he felt it was just okay. That is why he did not have much of a reaction. After entering the information, he handed the ready-made reward box to Song Qingang. Except for the first place winner, the rewards for everyone else were spirit stones, so there was no need to spend time preparing. Song Qingang took the box and opened it immediately. Then he froze. This is a bit different from what I expected. Why is there only one fist-sized spirit stone? Where are my evolution materials? Where is the evolution path? He immediately asked Liu Zheng. Teacher, may I ask if my reward was given out wrongly? Liu Zheng shook his head. The second place reward is 1,000 of spirit stones. It is not wrong. Second place? Song Qingang keenly caught the most bizarre word in Liu Zheng's sentence. I am in second place? I spent 2.5 days cultivating my beast pet to bronze, and I am only in second place. How is that possible? Song Qingang stood there stunned. If Liu Zheng is not lying, then who in the entire school could have such ability? In terms of the quality of the contracted beast pet, he is undoubtedly the best in the school. In terms of the help his family background can provide, it is the same. In terms of beast taming talent, in the relevant assessments, he has dominated the first place in his grade for 3 years. He could not think of anyone who could be faster than him. He tentatively asked Liu Zheng. Teacher, can you tell me who is in first place then? Liu Zheng turned the computer screen toward Song Qingang. Here, see for yourself. Song Qingang looked over. A spreadsheet was open on the desktop, the bottom of the table was empty, and only 2 pieces of data were at the top. The second entry was him, and the first entry was Yi Tian. Heavens, who is Yi Tian? Does our school have a person like that? Yi Tian's class info said class 17, but the problem is, isn't class 17 a normal class? After getting the answer, not only did Song Qinggang's questions not decrease, they increased. He had some impression of those with better grades in school, but he had never heard of such a person. What is even more outrageous is that Yi Tian's time record was less than a day, less than half of his own. The most outrageous thing of all. When he looked at the beast pet Yi Tian possessed, it clearly said Stone Monkey. Stone Monkey. The Stone Monkey's initial state is early childhood. If you compare with a ruler, the path from early childhood to bronze is several times longer than from peak childhood to bronze. That is to say, this person named Yi Tian used several times less time than me, but completed several times more improvement than me? Hey, I don't buy it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qingang simply couldn't believe something so preposterous. There must be something wrong here. Song Qinggang's expression shifted constantly. He tried to learn more about Yi Tian through Liu Zheng, but Liu Zheng claimed he didn't know much about him either. The first place he had long ago marked as his own was just gone like that. The reward for first place that his dad had specially prepared for him was gone too. Song Qingang was on the verge of losing his temper. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he made a call. Hey, Uncle Ma, help me look into someone. I'm sending you his name. Yeah, he's a student in the same grade as me at school. He was determined to find out exactly who this Yi Tian was. Lost in thought, he kept walking forward and soon reached the school gate. Bang! 2 firework cannons went off in succession. The 2 friends who came with him rushed over, each holding one end of a red banner. Congratulations to Brother Hang for ranking first in the breakthrough debut and breaking the school's historical record. Immediately after, a girl holding a large bouquet of flowers stepped forward and handed them to Song Qingang. Brother Hang. Her voice was incredibly coy and trembling. To the trio's surprise, Song Qingang didn't seem happy at all. Instead, his face was quite gloomy. Song Qingang looked at the 2 banners, then at the bright red flowers, and found it all deeply ironic. Bang! He swiped the flowers away with his hand and stormed off, not even bothering to take his car, leaving the 3 of them standing there completely bewildered. What did Brother Hang eat today? Is he really this unhappy even after taking first place? Yi Tian was woken up by a knock on the door. The 2 books he ordered yesterday had arrived. He opened the door and was startled by a chimpanzee standing there. It turned out to be the courier's beast, helping him move things. Thud. The ape placed the 2 books inside, waited for Yi Tian to sign for them, and then left. Yi Tian stared at the 2 thick books that reached his waist when stacked together and fell into deep thought. Damn, they're this thick? He flipped directly to the last page of both books, only to see they each had 20,000 pages. Even more terrifyingly, every page was packed with dense, tiny text. The last-minute cramming plan is officially declared a failure. The corner of Yi Tian's eye twitched slightly. Now I understand why people online say the exam is extremely difficult. For the written test, they'll pick random content from these 2 books for the assessment. Yi Tian figured that never mind memorizing it, just reading through it would take at least a few months, and that's with full-time commitment. He gritted his teeth, thinking he had already bought them anyway. He turned to the table of contents, prepared to test the waters with a few pages. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. Detected beast-related learning material. Encyclopedia of Beast Evolution. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Detected beast-related learning material. Common knowledge of beast rearing. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Yi Tian. What a pleasant surprise. This money can't be saved, it must be spent. Without hesitation, he chose yes. 100,000 dragon coins deducted. Current balance, 120,000. Simplification complete. Learning process. Open the book and daydream. Simplification complete. Learning process. Open the book and daydream. A surprise, a very pleasant surprise. Wait, the simplified plan only says to open the book and daydream, but it doesn't say who has to do the daydreaming. Let's see if Dasheng can try it. When Yi Tian brought Dasheng over, the ape held its staff in one hand, drank some wine with the other, and daydreamed at the book. The magical thing happened. Instantly, a white stream of light, visible only to Yi Tian, flew out from the book and into Dasheng's head. Most surprisingly, the knowledge Dasheng learned was also synchronized into his own mind. It's feasible. Dasheng was stunned, looking at Yi Tian with some fear, almost to the point of tears. Yi Tian, I feel like I've got a lot of weird stuff in my head. As Dasheng reached the bronze level, its intelligence had improved, allowing it to finally express a complete sentence. Yi Tian patted Dasheng on the head and comforted it. Don't be afraid. This is called knowledge. Knowledge is just like fine wine. They are both good things. Yi Tian linked the knowledge to wine, and sure enough, Dasheng immediately stopped resisting. Instead, it wore an expectant look. Knowledge, I want more knowledge. Tian nodded. So easy to trick. The pity was that there was no way to see the progress of knowledge acquisition in the data panel. Here came the question. Yi Tian had read other books over the past few days, but no such prompt had ever appeared. After pondering for a while, he found the difference. The previous books were mostly about understanding this world, and had nothing to do with rearing beasts. It seems only books directly related to beast rearing can trigger the simplification system. After settling Dasheng, Yi Tian lay back on the bed and opened his phone. He sighed at how much his balance had shrunk. If this keeps up, it won't be enough. The system is great in every way, except that it's obsessed with money. He had thought that a few 100,000 would be enough to train Dasheng to the level required to pass the professional exam. Guess he thought too much. There was 120,000 left now. It should have been even less. Yi Tian had previously borrowed money from Yi Ying and intended to return it tenfold, but she had refused. As Yi Ying said, she had enough money, so Yi Tian should use it to buy resources and raise Dasheng, as that was the most important thing. Meanwhile, when Song Qingyang returned home, detailed information about Yi Tian had already been compiled into a document and sent to his phone. He opened the document and frowned more as he read. Entered the school at the same time as me 3 years ago, with mediocre grades. Family background is extremely poor, can't provide any help. Contracted a stone monkey a few days ago as expected. He just seems like a completely ordinary person. The contrast between the ordinariness shown in Yi Tian's profile and the terrifying achievements he had attained was just too great. So great that if it hadn't already happened, and the facts weren't right in front of Song Qingyang, it would be absolutely impossible to associate the two. Since he couldn't figure out a reason, Song Qingyang decided to take the most direct approach. Beep beep beep. His fingers tapped continuously on the screen, revealing a string of numbers, Yi Tian's phone number. It connected quickly. Hello, may I ask if this is Yi? Song Qingyang maintained his usual politeness. His loss of composure at the school gate this morning was arguably the first in his life. I am Yi Tian, who is this? I'm Song Qingyang. On the other end of the phone, Yi Tian was a bit confused. He naturally knew Song Qingyang. After all, their class monitor mentioned him every other day in the group chat. He was curious why he was looking for him. The two of them shouldn't have had any interaction. Then Song Qingyang stated his purpose. Yi Tian, when I went to register my grades today, I discovered that your beast had broken through before mine. I don't feel convinced, so I want to challenge you. Yi Tian nodded. Song Qingyang was quite an honest person. A challenge? For a beast, combat ability is a must-have, and since Song Qingyang could achieve second place, his beast must be extraordinary. It was a good opportunity. However, his time these days was rather precious. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, he heard Song Qingyang say, "If you are willing to accept, regardless of who wins or loses, I am willing to pay you an appearance fee of 100,000 dragon coins." The words dragon coins grabbed Yi's attention. It's just a fight, it won't take much time, and since I'm short on cash right now, this is doable. Besides, Yi Tian was also very curious to see what level of combat power dashing, with its master level proficiency in 8 directions staff, had reached. Accepted. Yi Tian made his decision. Send me the time and location. They chatted for a few more moments, setting the time for this evening at a Song family weapon shop not far from Yi Tian's house. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyang let out a cold snort. The Song family built their fortune on weapon shops. Under his father's leadership, it has grown and strengthened, and is now the largest weapon chain merchant in Wushan City, bar none. They even had plans to expand into other cities. 100,000 might not be much to the Song family, but it was a significant sum for Song Qingyang. But you can't catch a wolf without risking your child. He watched his moonlight cat sharpening its claws, his heart filled with confidence. He didn't know how Yi Tian managed to help his stone monkey break through in less than a day, but at the end of the day, a stone monkey is just a beast with no potential. They have no innate combat skills, and their ability to learn them later is extremely poor. He had never heard of anyone raising a stone monkey with combat capabilities. On the other hand, his moonlight cat had already mastered an entry-level silver-grade combat technique as soon as it reached bronze rank. This battle was a guaranteed win. Since Song Qingyang had lost face regarding the speed of the breakthrough, he would win it back in combat. Whether a tamed beast is powerful ultimately comes down to combat effectiveness. I will prove myself through this battle. At the same time, information about Yi Tian sat on the desk of Song Qingyang's father, Song Wei. Song Wei was stout with a square face, and even while sitting, he exuded a sense of dominance. Old Ma, what do you think? Beside Song Wei stood a tall, thin middle-aged man, Ma Bang. Ma Bang had followed Song Wei for decades and was the butler of the Song family. When Song Qingyang wanted to investigate Yi Tian, he had gone to him. Ma Bang shook his head. I can't make sense of it. Brother Wei, do you think this could be a trick by the school, setting up a scheme to swindle the money we spent? Song Wei shook his head. Zhao Tiangang isn't stupid enough for that. If he really did that, would he still have any reputation left? He stroked his chin and thought. Knowing Hanger, he definitely won't be satisfied, and he'll likely challenge this Yi Tian. Confirm the time and place, and I'll go see it for myself. This Yi Tian is quite interesting. Ma Bang nodded. Understood. On the other side, when Yi Ying returned home and saw Dasheng reading, or rather, staring blankly at a book, she was confused again. "Xiao Tian, what is Dasheng doing?" Yi Tian replied honestly. "I'm having Dasheng learn knowledge related to cultivation and evolution, so we can apply to the research institute. According to the rules, a beast tamer and their beast can take the test together. So it's perfectly reasonable to have the beast study." Yi Ying nodded, understanding now. Of course she knew about the research institute. The person the company leader wanted to introduce to her before was a contract worker there. A contract worker could earn over 20,000 dragon coins a month. An official researcher would definitely have even better pay. Besides, the company Yi Ying worked at hired a researcher as a technical expert. They only needed to show up twice a year to enjoy 5% of the company's annual dividends. Knowing her younger brother wanted to join the research institute, she was naturally supportive. In fact, Yi Ying had once wanted to join the research institute herself, but after checking the exam content, she gave up. She and her woolly sheep simply didn't have the aptitude for studying. So she knew how difficult it was. She encouraged Yi Tian. "Go for it, try to pass within 10 years. Yi Tian was speechless. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell her that he had already signed up and the exam was in less than 10 days. He was worried history would repeat itself, and that Yi Ying would think he'd lost his mind again. By late evening after dinner, Yi Tian left the house under the guise of going for a walk. He grabbed a bike and headed to the agreed location. Having a fight will help Dasheng relax, and it's a good chance to test Dasheng's strength. Come to think of it, this is Dasheng's first real battle. He turned his head to look at Dasheng. "We're gonna fight now, are you excited?" Dasheng waved its thin arms, its face full of excitement. Yi Tian couldn't help but think that this was truly a unique stone monkey. According to books, stone monkeys are gentle and hate fighting. Dasheng was truly an anomaly among them. They quickly arrived at their destination, and Yi Tian looked up. Coming into view was a tall gate with a gilded wooden sign that read, "Song Family Weapon Merchant Guild." Standing at the entrance, you could see various weapons displayed inside. Swords, spears, staves, and cudgels, everything was there. As he walked in, staff members immediately approached to ask what he needed. When he informed them he was there to accept a challenge, they led Yi Tian to the backyard. It seemed Song Qingyang had already given them instructions. The backyard had an open area usually used for customers to test weapon strength, which could also serve as a combat venue. Song Qingyang had been waiting there for hours. Having seen photos of Yi Tian, he recognized him instantly. Yi Tian also recognized Song Qingyang. Over the past 3 years, the top 3 students from every major exam were awarded on the podium. The second and third places often changed, but the first place never did. It was always him. Since it was their first meeting, they introduced themselves and exchanged pleasantries before standing a dozen meters apart. They placed their respective beasts in front of them, preparing to start the battle. Just then, a deep voice rang out from outside the door. "How can there be a battle without a referee?" A man walked in who bore a slight resemblance to Song Qingyang, but he was much broader and stronger. Several people were following behind him. "Dad, Uncle Ma, what are you doing here?" Song Qingyang asked in confusion. The newcomer was none other than Song Wei, who smiled. "It's a coincidence. I was here on an inspection and happened to hear that you and classmate Yi Tian were going to have a spar. So I was curious to come and see." He turned to look at Yi Tian. "Classmate Yi Tian, how about I act as the referee? Don't worry, I won't favor either side. Both of you are battling for the first time, so you need someone watching. If anyone goes overboard, I can stop the fight in time." Yi Tian shrugged indifferently. He didn't care who acted as referee. Still, he replied politely, "That would be a bother, Uncle Song." Song Qingyang was even more fired up. He didn't want to lose face in front of his respected father. He thought to himself that he must win stylishly and quickly. Honestly, if Yi Tian hadn't been lucky enough to slightly outpace him in cultivation speed, the two of them would likely never have crossed paths in their lives. Naturally, he didn't hold Yi Tian in high regard. Just an ordinary tamer who got lucky. When both were ready, Song Wei gave the order, and the battle began. Yi Tian sized up the Moonlight Cat across from him, recalling information he had learned from textbooks. Moonlight Cat. Potential gold. Skills: Catwalk, Moonlight Slash. Yi Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. In terms of potential, the Moonlight Cat is 2 whole grades higher than dashing. It even starts with 2 innate skills right at the bronze grade. Catwalk provides a speed boost, while Moonlight Slash can launch long-range energy attacks. It is fair to say that just looking at the stats, it completely crushes dashing. The only thing dashing has over it is skill mastery. After a day and a night of improvement, Drunkenness has reached proficiency, but 8-way staff is still at mastery, because he cannot afford a staff yet. Both sides have their advantages, and Yi Tian truly cannot predict the winner of this fight. He can only instruct Dasheng to go all out and not underestimate the opponent. Dasheng nods and picks up the small wine flask Yi Tian prepared for him from his waist. Glug glug glug. Gulp. After downing several mouthfuls of fine wine, he immediately activates the drunken state. While Yi Tian observes the Moonlight Cat, Song Qingyang is likewise watching Dasheng. But no matter how he looks at it, it is just an ordinary, perfectly average monkey. The only difference from other monkeys is that it is holding an iron staff in its hand. Does Yi Tian actually think holding a weapon means it has combat capability? A sense of contempt naturally arises in his heart. Is that all? He shakes his head slightly, deciding to end this quickly. Song Qingyang directly orders the Moonlight Cat to pounce on Dasheng while using its Moonlight Slash skill. Defeating you is enough. Whoosh! The Moonlight Cat moves with agility, leaping left and right before arriving right in front of Dasheng. It raises its claws and swings them forcefully, sending out several spinning light blades. Not bad. Song Wei nods, expressing appreciation for the Moonlight Cat's performance. It really is a rare beast bought at a high price. The speed and power it displayed are far beyond other beasts of the same level. Alarm bells ring in Yi Tian's heart. He can feel the sharpness of the Moonlight Cat's attack even before it is fully unleashed. Dasheng dodge quickly. He immediately sends the command through his thoughts. Dasheng's current intelligence is like that of a young child, and it requires guidance in battle. Once he matures a bit more, he will be able to fight on his own. At that point, the Beastmaster acts as a grand strategist, only needing to give commands at critical moments. Trying to dodge? The Moonlight Cat's attack is not that easy to avoid. Song Qingyang chuckles. The cat and monkey are already very close, and a normal bronze-level beast simply could not dodge it. Whoosh! 4 blades of air burst forward. They pass through the empty air and slash into the reinforced floor. A sharp, grating sound follows immediately. Song Wei raises an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This monkey is incredibly fast. He clearly saw that just as the air blades were about to touch the monkey, it suddenly sidestepped to the right. Dasheng, here is your chance, use 8-way staff. Oh woo, understood. Boom. Dasheng swings his staff horizontally toward the small cat in front of him. 4 overlapping staff images strike with such force that they make the very air roar. He held back while testing at home, but facing an enemy for the first time without knowing their strength, he goes all out. Recovering from his surprise, Song Qingyang realizes the attack is coming and hurriedly issues a command for the Moonlight Cat to dodge. The Moonlight Cat taps the ground to retreat, but the speed of the staff is simply too fast. Seeing that it cannot avoid the hit, it curls its body into a ball to take the impact as best as it can. Seeing the Moonlight Cat unable to dodge, Song Qingyang frowns, even more shocked. How could this monkey's attack be so fierce? But he still hoped for the best. The Moonlight Cat's body is flexible and great at diffusing impact. It should be able to take it, right? Meow. The Moonlight Cat's fur stands on end. Boom! The staff strikes, and the cat feels a sense of mortal peril. But just as the staff is about to connect with the cat's body, a large hand firmly grabs the staff, stopping it from moving forward. Song Wei has stepped in. The slight twitch in the corner of his mouth shows that his heart is not calm right now. "Dad, what are you doing?" Before Yi Tian can speak, Song Qingyang interjects with a challenge. Song Wei does not look at his son, staring straight at Yi Tian instead. "Student Yi Tian, you have won this battle. My rash intervention broke the rules. As an apology, you may choose any one weapon from the chamber to take with you. How about that?" Hearing this, Song Qingyang explodes. "Dad, I haven't lost yet. As long as Blue survives this hit, I still have a chance to counterattack." Blue is the name Song Qingyang gave his moonlight cat. But he hears Song Wei's stern voice. "Counterattack? If I hadn't blocked that blow for you, Blue would at least be severely injured, if not dead." Song Qingyang's pupils shrink and he freezes in place. He naturally believes his father, who is a diamond-level beastmaster, and one of the most powerful people in all of Wushan City. His judgment is clearly not something a novice beastmaster like himself can compare to. But the question is, how could the monkey strike be so terrifying? At the same grade, beasts with higher potential have stronger bodies. The moonlight cat has 2 full grades of potential over the stone monkey. Is Yi Tian's monkey really just an innocent, harmless stone monkey? How can it be this ridiculous? After the surprise comes dejection. He lost. He lost completely. It wasn't just the rate of breakthrough that lagged behind, even his pride and joy, his combat effectiveness, wasn't up to par. On the other side, Yi Tian is pleasantly surprised. "What? Pick any weapon to take away? You said it yourself." Dasheng just happens to need a weapon to raise his 8-way staff proficiency. This is like a pillow delivered when he was just about to doze off. As for letting Song Qingyang off the hook, Yi Tian doesn't think it matters. The two of them don't have any conflict. The challenge was meant to be a sparring match anyway. To be honest, he didn't even know Dasheng's 8-way staff was this strong. In his first real combat, he overestimated his opponent and inevitably lacked precise control. He nods without hesitation. "Then many thanks, Uncle Song." Hearing Yi Tian accept, Song Wei's expression finally relaxes. "I should be the one thanking you. My son has always been arrogant, and I should thank you for knocking him down a peg and teaching him the lesson that there is always someone better." On the side, Song Qingyang is red-faced. If Song Wei had said this to him before, he would have argued back at least a little. But after witnessing the absurd strength of his peer Yi Tian, he can no longer find the words to argue. Song Wei watches Yi Tian with admiration. "The youth of today are truly remarkable. If I am not mistaken, your stone monkey is using the bronze skill 8-way staff at proficiency level, right?" When Dasheng unleashed that strike, the shocking momentum that erupted completely surpassed the early bronze stage and hinted at the peak of the bronzy stage. Only a martial skill at the proficiency level could achieve such a feat. Song Wei is calm on the surface, but his heart is tossing and turning with turmoil. A proficiency level skill isn't scary, and bronze level moves don't even catch his eye, but the problem is that Dasheng was only contracted by Yi Tian 3 days ago. In these 3 days, reaching the bronze grade and mastering a skill is simply not something a human can do. Even with all his experience, he has never seen such an absurd beastmaster.
Back when Song Wei got his first beast, it took him 2 months to raise a beginner-level skill to proficient, and a whole year to advance from proficient to mastery. And even then, his teacher praised him as a genius. Furthermore, the stone monkey had no innate attack skills, so it had to start learning skills from scratch, and it was 1 realm lower than his own beast. Beside him, Song Qingyang exclaimed in shock. "What mastery level?" Then his defeat was certainly not unjustified. Raising skill proficiency is extremely difficult, and every time you reach a new level, it is a transformation. It is like a fight between 2 kids, where Song Qingyang's side is bigger and naturally stronger. But Yi Tian's side, he's holding a blade. Song Wei had hired a special teacher for him to improve his skill proficiency, and according to the teacher's plan, it would take him at least another year to reach mastery level. His gaze toward Yi Tian became even more awestruck. "I'm floored. He no longer doubted that Yi Tian really helped his stone monkey reach bronze level in one day, because he had discovered something even more outrageous. Yi Tian gave Song Wei a modest smile. I was just a bit lucky. Song Qinghang. Hey, then how come I don't have such good luck? After completely accepting his defeat, he walked up to Yi Tian and asked, Yi Tian, I have one more question. Can you tell me how your stone monkey dodged that initial slash? You could say the tide of the battle turned right from that dodge. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to hide it and said directly, because my great sage has also mastered the drunkenness skill to a proficient level. Drunkenness? Song Qinghang recalled the description of this move he had learned from books. He understood instantly. No wonder the monkey drank before the fight started. It was to boost its speed. Proficient level skills. Hey, he was already numb to it. In truth, that dodge was incredibly risky, considering the gap in their base stats. If it hadn't dodged, the one losing this time might have been Yi Tian. Potential is just too important. It is fine facing Song Qinghang now, but if I face an enemy in the future with the same skill proficiency who also has better potential, I will most likely lose. Yi Tian thought to himself. His desire to find a new evolution path for Great Sage grew even stronger. Song Wei praised Yi Tian some more, and according to their agreement, prepared to let him choose a weapon to take away. Your stone monkey likes to use Polearm-type weapons, right, Old Ma? Song Wei waved his hand, and Ma Bang immediately walked over. Go take inventory of all our Polearm weapons in the shop, and let classmate Yi Tian pick one out properly. All right. Ma Bang was extremely shocked. Boss Wei is taking this kid way too seriously. It sounded like he wanted him to reveal the true state of the shop's Polearm weapons without holding anything back. The problem is, the shop has gold-level staffs, each worth over 1 million dragon coins. If Yi Tian wants one, he's just going to give it to him like that? No matter what, he had to follow Song Wei's orders. Soon, a thick booklet was placed into Yi Tian's hands. It contained all the Polearm weapons in the shop. Yi Tian was in a great mood and started looking through it with much anticipation. Killing Prestige Staff Silver Level. Description: crafted primarily from black rock iron, weighs 8 kg. Sky Star Staff Gold Level. Description: crafted using extraterrestrial meteorite iron mixed with spirit metal, weighs 20 kg, possesses metallic attack attributes. Light Spirit Staff, Gold Level. Description: crafted with wind spirit wood as the main shaft, weighs 2 kg, possesses wind and wood attack attributes. Yi Tian discovered that the gold level staffs all possessed attack attributes, meaning they naturally carried some damaging energy. For example, the Sky Star Staff would naturally burst with metallic energy when swung to assist the attack. It is cool and powerful. Just looking at them makes one drool. These are all good items. Song Qinghang watched from the side, and every time Yi Tian turned a page, his heart ached. These are his family's assets. Song Wei, on the other hand, was much more magnanimous, saying with a smile, "Classmate Yi Tian, please don't be polite and don't feel embarrassed. This is all deserved. You should at least pick a gold level staff." Hearing Song Wei say this, Yi Tian felt relieved. He was actually worried the man might go back on his word. He picked for a while. Eventually he chose the Sky Star Staff. The reason was that Great Sage really liked the look of the Sky Star Staff. "Alright, Old Ma, go get the staff for classmate Yi Tian." Soon a gleaming golden staff was placed in front of Great Sage. Great Sage, starry eyes. Yi Tian touched the surface of the staff, feeling a sharp sensation blooming at his fingertips. Is this a gold level weapon? Great Sage picked up the staff and started practicing with it immediately. Hum hum hum. The air vibrated. Ripples spread outwards from Great Sage. The Sky Star Staff was a full 2 meters long, more than 4 times Great Sage's height, yet it became a nimble toy in its hands. 20 kg might as well have been nothing. Song Qinghang couldn't help but let out a sigh. This monkey has gotten even stronger. With a gold level weapon, If Great Sage used the 8-direction staff again, the power would at least more than double, and that's a conservative estimate. His Moonlight Cap was already no match, and now the gap was even wider. Thinking that this staff was given by his own father made him feel even more distressed. Besides the staff, Song Wei also gifted Yi Tian a long case to store the staff. He originally wanted to keep him for a meal, but was politely declined, so he could only wave goodbye. Yi Tian's departing silhouette was quite jaunty, evidently in a great mood. Song Qingyang also exchanged contact information with Yi Tian, then, under his father's supervision, obediently transferred 100,000 dragon coins. Once Yi Tian's figure had completely vanished, Ma Bang couldn't help but speak to Song Wei. "Boss Wei, aren't you being a bit too good to this kid?" Song Qingyang echoed. "Yeah, Dad, you're being better to Yi Tian than you are to me. You've never given me a gold-level weapon." Song Wei rolled his eyes. "You ungrateful brat, who gave you your cat? A gold-level weapon, even if I gave it to you now, you couldn't handle it. When you manage to train a skill to the mastery level like Yi Tian, then we'll talk." Song Qingyang's face turned bitter. "Huh. Mastery level, that's just too out of reach." Song Wei looked at Ma Bang again. "It is not that I am being too good to him. I even feel like it is not enough." Ma Bang was very confused. "Boss Wei, the Song family is a major clan in Wushan City. No matter how talented Yi Tian is, he is just one person." Song Wei shook his head. "What does being a major clan in Wushan City count for? In the eyes of true powerhouses, we are no different from an ant that can be crushed at any moment. And in Yi Tian, I see the hope of becoming one of those people. One must never make an enemy of such a genius. Investing in him before he fully grows up might just count as a favor in the future, if he rises to power." Song Wei smiled. "What is a gold tier staff anyway? Just consider it an early investment in Yi Tian's future. I never make deals that lose money." Ma Bang hissed through his teeth. "Brother Wei, I can't believe you think so highly of him. But his first beast is just a stone monkey." Song Wei curled his lips and retorted, "Have you ever seen a monkey that absurd? And like you said, this is just his first beast. I suspect Yi Tian must possess a special Beastmaster talent. With his current rate of improvement, he'll soon meet the requirements to contract a second beast. By then he can just go find a beast with better talent." Ma Bang was convinced. "Hiss, that makes sense." Song Wei patted Song Qingyang on the head again. "Hanger, you should also try to build a good relationship with Yi Tian. Becoming best friends would be ideal." Song Qingyang remained silent. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned home excited. The rewards from this trip far exceeded his expectations. He had originally only gone for the 100,000 dragon coins, never expecting to snag a gold tier staff as well. The improvement condition for the Great Sage's 8-directional staff had also been met, and in the data panel, the proficiency had reached perfection. Unfortunately, he wanted to test it, but he didn't dare. It was already terrifying at the mastery level. He was worried the perfection level might just destroy the entire house. At that moment, another notification tone sounded. It asked if he wanted to simplify from perfection to transcendence, which would cost 500,000 dragon coins. He refused without hesitation. He simply didn't have that much money. Including the 100,000 Song Qingyang just gave him, his balance was only 220,000, not even half of what was required. Furthermore, Yi Tian discovered that after simplification, certain conditions still needed to be met to advance, and those conditions cost money too. He set a rule for himself: never choose to simplify until his savings reach 1,000,000. At the same time, he grew increasingly eager to become a professional Beastmaster. Only a professional Beastmaster can actively earn the big money. He checked the time for the next professional exam, which was about half a month away. It was a few days after the Research Institute's exam. He calculated the Great Sage's current rate of improvement, and the plan for evolving into a Stone Monkey King was already set. The professional exam required the beast to be at least silver tier to qualify for registration. There was still enough time. He paid the registration fee directly and entered the Great Sage's information. He put down silver tier for the level. They would only check it on site anyway. I wonder if a perfection level 8 directional staff will give the Great Sage the strength to pass the exam. Shaking his head, Yi Tian decided not to dwell on it. Let's focus on passing the Research Institute exam first. Back to reading. No, back to staring blankly at the book. 4 days passed just like that, and nearly half of the knowledge in the 2 big books had been imprinted into the Great Sage's brain. Then it was synchronized into Yi Tian's head. Over the past few days, Yi Tian had also gone out to procure a batch of wine for the Great Sage. The Great Sage's leveling progress had been steadily increasing. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze 9% to 60%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunkenness, Mastery 0%. 8 Directional Staff, Perfection 0%. The Great Sage had reached the late Bronze stage, and the improvement rate began to slow down. And drunkenness had finally evolved into a mastery level skill. Gurgle, gurgle. The Great Sage entered a drunken state, his footsteps staggering, yet his movements were lightning fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small monkey's figure kept darting and dodging within the cramped room, creating trails of afterimages. So fast. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His eyes lit up. If they had possessed mastery-level drunkenness during the fight with the Moon Cat, evading would have been much easier. Even without attacking, the Moon Cat would never have been able to lay a finger on the Great Sage. Watching the Great Sage having so much fun, Yi Tian's mood also brightened. He stroked his chin and pondered. The current house is a bit small. The Great Sage can't even stretch out properly. Once I pass the professional exam and make some money, I definitely need to move to a new place. In the evening after dinner, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tian, how is the Great Sage's cultivation progressing? Are you confident about reaching silver tier within 2 months? He was calling to check on Yi Tian. Yi Tian thought about it. He was already in the late stage, and 2 months was more than enough, so he replied, I'm confident. Zhao Tiangang let out a hearty laugh, happy to know his student was doing well. Only Yi Tian would dare to say he was confident. If it were anyone else, Zhao Tiangang wouldn't believe it for a second. For most people, let alone reaching silver, it's difficult enough to go from infancy to bronze in 2 months. After laughing, he got to the point. I have some good news for you. In 2 months, the ancient battlefield's secret realm in our Wushan city will open, and only silver tier beastmasters can enter. There are all kinds of rare beasts inside that can be contracted. However, the secret realm is only open for 1 day, so you must ensure the Great Sage breaks through to silver in 2 months. Yi Tian's eyes flickered as he recalled the information he had learned about the ancient battlefield's secret realm. The secret realm is a small world independent of this one, and its origin is unknown. Each discovered secret realm has unique entry rules. For instance, the ancient battlefield's secret realm opens once every 5 years for 1 day. Even though it's called an ancient battlefield, it doesn't have much to do with combat. It got the name simply because the first scene researchers saw when they discovered it was a wilderness that had experienced a battle. After hundreds of years of development, it has been transformed into a special secret realm for contracting beasts. After walking in, you stand on a platform and show yourself to the secret realm. If a beast in the secret realm takes a liking to you, it will come to the platform, and you can contract it. Yi Tian's take on this, it's a matchmaking platform. Every time a beastmaster advances 2 ranks, they get a chance to contract a new beast. For Yi Tian, silver is not far away, and it really is time to consider a second beast. However, 2 months is a bit long. It could be a backup option. If he finds us a suitable one within 2 months, he'll contract it. If not, he'll go to the ancient battlefield secret realm to try his luck. Alright, thank you for telling me this news, Elder Zhu. Yi Tian replied, as it was a kind gesture after all. Zhao Tiangang smiled, then sighed. Unfortunately, It was my negligence as headmaster that I didn't discover your talent sooner. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to contract a stone monkey." He paused, then added, "Jiao Tan, make sure you choose carefully when contracting your second beast. Your combat beast count is naturally lower than other beastmasters of your rank, so the second beast is especially important." Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. "Great Sage, you're being looked down upon again, you know that?" If he just explained that the Great Sage could also fight, and that its combat ability wasn't even weak, Zhao Tiangang probably wouldn't believe it anyway. To save trouble, Yi Tan chose to play along. "All right, Elder Zhu, thanks for your advice." Zhao Tiangang changed the subject. "My daughter Qiong is also preparing for the Research Institute entrance exam. I will have her copy her notes and send them to you. It is too inefficient if you just study by yourself. Make sure to accept her friend request when she adds you." Yi Tian let out an sound. He felt he did not really need them, but refusing would seem too cold, so he just agreed. After chatting for a while longer, they hung up the phone. Not long after, his phone gave a ping. "It is here." He clicked to accept the friend request. Looking at the avatar, it was a cute little bear. "Zhao Qiong. Hello, I am Zhao Qiong. My dad told me about your situation." File. "Zhao Qiong, good luck." "Zhao Qiong, aim to pass the exam within 2 years. I will be waiting for you at the Research Institute. Keep working hard." She seemed to have more confidence in him than Yi Ying did. Yi Ying said 10 years, while Zhao Qiong said 2. Yi Tian typed a lot of text, then deleted it. He finally sent a reply. "Thank you." He closed the chat window with Zhao Qiong and habitually clicked on his class group. Most people were still talking about how to get started with cultivation techniques. Yet at this moment, Yi Tian was already preparing to take the professional exam. He shook his head. "We really are drifting apart." The following days were uneventful, and just 2 days before the Research Institute exam, Song Wei called again. "Student Yi Tian, there is a business opportunity I would like to discuss with you. Would you be interested?" Yi Tian was a bit puzzled and continued to listen. "Our Chamber of Commerce would like to hire you as a spokesperson. The requirement is simple. Just have your stone monkey cooperate with us for a photo shoot. The pay is 500,000 dragon coins for a 1-year term. After a year, you can choose to renew the contract or terminate it. The Song Weaponry Chamber of Commerce only has 10 stores in Mist City and is not a nationwide company, so 500,000 for a 1-year endorsement was a reasonable price. For Yi Tian, just having Dasheng take a few photos would not cost him anything. This was a deal worth doing. So he agreed and arranged to go to the shooting location tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Song Wei nodded with satisfaction. "It is done." He looked at Ma Bang. "Old Ma, go make the arrangements. Make sure to serve Yi Tian well." "All right. But, Brother Wei, I don't quite understand. If you want to give Yi Tian money, you could just find any other reason. Having him as our spokesperson might affect sales if it goes wrong, and we have quite a few competitors in Mist City." As he spoke, a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Song Wei laughed out loud. "Old Ma, that is where your business vision falls short of mine. Giving money is secondary. I genuinely want to cooperate with Yi Tian." "Huh." Ma Bang was even more confused. Song Wei explained. "Have you ever seen a stone monkey with combat power stronger than a moonlight cat?" Ma Bang shook his head. Song Wei said, "There you go. Yi Tian is still unknown now, but a genius like him will definitely soar to success very soon. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly weak stone monkey could unleash such terrifying power? We are using Yi Tian's stone monkey for the endorsement to create maximum hype and contrast. When Yi Tian takes off, we will benefit as well. For 500,000, I actually think it is a bit too cheap. That is why I added the clause for a 1-year endorsement." Ma Bang said. "Then why didn't we sign it for more years? According to you, Brother Wei, isn't this a guaranteed profit?" Song Wei smiled. In my eyes, financial gains cannot compare to building a relationship with Yi Tian. A year from now, if Yi Tian's value skyrockets, but he is still receiving only 500,000 dragon coins, what do you think he would feel? Even if he is generous, we absolutely must not make him feel like we are taking advantage of him. Ma Bang nodded, pretending to understand. Ding ring ring, the alarm clock went off. The day of the Research Institute entrance exam had finally arrived. Yesterday, the whole shooting session was completed in just one morning, and the Song family quickly transferred the 500,000. Excluding the expenses for Dasheng's wine, Yi Tian now has a total of 700,000 dragon coins, and Dasheng's level is getting closer and closer to 100% bronze. He waved at Yi Ying. Sister, I am heading out. Where to? To take the Research Institute exam. Ah. Yi Ying opened her eyes wide in confusion. On the other side, after leaving, Yi Tian turned on his phone for directions and arrived at the Research Institute by taxi in just half an hour. Institute of Beast Cultivation and Evolution, Mist City branch. One still had to walk up a long flight of stairs to reach the entrance. It was magnificent and imposing, spreading out over 100 meters in width, though only about 5 stories high. Beep, beep, beep. After passing the entrance inspection, he walked in, and a staff member immediately approached to ask what he needed. After stating his identity as an examinee, he was guided to a specific room, where his information was verified before he officially reached the exam location. The venue for the first round of the exam was a large auditorium that could easily seat thousands of people. Yi Tian was in the waiting area zoning out, when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Zhao Tian, why are you here too? He turned around. It was Zhao Tiangang, and behind him followed a girl who looked somewhat like him. If he guessed right, she was Zhou Qiong, the one with the cute little bear avatar. Old Zhu. Yi Tian greeted him and then continued. I signed up and came to take the exam. Zhao Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling surprised. Yi Tian, it had only been 10 days since he heard about the Research Institute, right? So brave? Looking around, Yi Tian was definitely the youngest of all the examinees. Most people his age were still struggling to train their beasts to reach the bronze level. But then he thought it through. Yi Tian must be here to gain experience and feel the atmosphere of the exam. Thinking about it that way, his motive was very reasonable. So he smiled and said, "It is good to come and experience it in advance." Yi Tian made an sound, not bothering to explain. Then Zhao Tiangang pointed to Zhao Qiong beside him and introduced her. This is my daughter. I am here to accompany her for the exam. The two of them greeted each other. Zhao Qiong looked at Yi Tian with curiosity. Is he the peerless genius her father was talking about? Aside from being a bit more handsome, there did not seem to be anything special about him. But when she saw Dasheng on Yi Tian's shoulder, she could not help but be surprised. What a strange stone monkey. Dasheng was constantly in a drunken state, which was similar to other stone monkeys. However, there was a sharp, fierce gleam in his eyes. That kind of gleam is usually only possessed by combat-type beasts. Such a look is usually only found in combat-type beasts. Overall, Zhao Qiong's first impression of Yi Tian was quite good. He seemed like a polite little brother. She smiled. I am 6 years older than you, so I will follow my dad and call you Little Tian. You can call me Sister Shu or Sister Qiong, either is fine. Little Tian, if you have any questions about the cultivation or evolution process of your beast in the future, feel free to ask me. She put her hands on her hips, looking a bit proud. I have been studying these 2 subjects since I entered the Beast Master Academy, which has been 6 years now. I have scored over 60 points in my last 2 exams. It's a pity that my practical performance didn't meet the standards, which is why I didn't get in. Yi Tian felt a bit confused when he heard this. Sister Qiong, is it very hard to get 60 points? Zhao Qiong. She rolled her eyes inwardly. Is that something a human would say? But then she remembered it was Yi Tian's first time taking the exam, so it was normal for him not to know the difficulty. Of course, the total score is 100, and you need to get over 60 to enter the second round. Each exam filters out at least 90% of the candidates in the first stage. You must have seen those two ridiculously thick books. Although the exam content only accounts for 10% of the two books, the amount that needs to be memorized is enormous. Yi Tian. What? The exam content only takes up 10%? Nobody told me that. But, thinking about it, it made a lot of sense. When he first got the books, he was thinking that memorizing both of them completely was something no beast master could ever do. Little Tian, since it's your first time here, you don't know the specific rules of the exam yet, do you? Zhao Qiong started to explain to Yi Tian. The exam consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a written test. Questions will be randomly selected from the books. There are 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, 1 point each, and you need 60 correct to move on to the next round. The first round is just an admission ticket. The second round of practical operation is the real deal. In this round, you can choose either the cultivation or evolution path, select your exam questions, and complete them to pass. The questions are different every time, so I can't give you much advice. At this time, Zhao Tiangang also spoke up to explain the structure of the Research Institute to Yi Tian. The Research Institute is divided into 2 parts, the Beast Cultivation Department and the Beast Evolution Department. The 2 departments each perform their own duties. The Cultivation Department is responsible for researching how to raise beasts better. The Evolution Department is responsible for researching the possible evolutionary paths of beasts. That is why the second round of assessment is divided into 2 directions. Only by completing the corresponding assessment can you enter the corresponding department. Yi Tian nodded. So that was it. Then, if he had to refine his goal, it would be to first enter the evolution department of the institute. Zhao Qiong said, "My dad is a member of the cultivation department, and my goal is also to enter the cultivation department." Yi Tian was a little curious. "Why not the evolution department?" Zhao Qiong said. "Because it's too difficult. For mortals like me, I can make an effort in cultivation, but the study of evolution belongs to the realm of geniuses." Just as the 3 of them were chatting on the other side, the Research Institute monitoring room, a group of people were sitting in front of a large monitor screen, occasionally looking up and occasionally flipping through the papers in their hands. In the front 2 seats of the many chairs sat 2 middle-aged men. Shang Sheng, Deputy Minister of the Research Department. Wang Tingzong, Deputy Minister of the Evolution Department. They were both responsible for this assessment. In their hands were the detailed information of the applicants. Wang Tingzong nodded from time to time. The quality of these candidates is not bad. While flipping through, he saw someone, couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise, and turned to look at Zhang Sheng. "Old Zhang, does your nephew want to return to Wushan City?" At this moment, the information folder in his hand was fixed on the page of a man who looked a bit gloomy. Zhang Kesheng, male 28 years old, graduated from Shanwu Beast Master Academy, Cultivation Research Department, has won the first prize in the Western United Province Research Conference many times, has intended department, evolution department. On an entire A4 paper, more than half was introducing his brilliant resume. Seeing the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Oh, so he wants to join our evolution department?" For such an outstanding talent, of course, our evolution department would be extremely welcoming. Every candidate fills in their intended department when applying. Hearing Wang Tingzong's words, Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth. He hummed and said nothing. He wanted his nephew to inherit his legacy and enter the research department. He had even prepared the internal referral quota for him. But this kid didn't want it. He insisted on taking the exam through his own efforts. Taking the exam is one thing, but he also insisted on applying to the evolution department. It was enough to make Zhang Sheng's liver ache with anger. No matter how he persuaded him, it was useless, so he had to let him be. Speaking of which, that day he had just argued with his nephew when Zhou Tiangang happened to call him for an internal referral quota. That was why Zhang Sheng's attitude was so bad, as he treated Zhou Tiangang as an outlet for his frustration. Just a small second-level researcher, Zhang Sheng didn't take it to heart. As for the status of a high school principal, he cared even less. Zhang Sheng knew a whole bunch of Beast Academy deans. Seeing Zhang Sheng deflated, Wang Tingsong laughed twice, feeling quite refreshed. The two departments often fought for resources, so their relationship naturally wasn't very good. Why not annoy an old opponent when you can? He continued to flip through, and while some people's resumes might be considered good elsewhere, they were quite mediocre for their institute. In their evolution department, there were over a dozen people with doctorates alone, all of whom had won national awards. Zhou Qiong, female, 24 years old, graduated from Shanwu Beast Master Academy, Cultivation Research Department, identified as an outstanding graduate by the Academy, has won. Intended Department, Research Department. Zhou Tiangang's daughter is here for the exam again. I hope she succeeds this time. Gaoxu, Liu Bo, Yang Pei. The resumes of these candidates all look quite good. What? When he turned to a certain page, Wang Tingsong suddenly froze. It wasn't because the information was brilliant, but because it was absolutely garbage. How dare you? Ya Tian. Male, 18 years old. Student at Shanwu No. 2 High School, has won the reward of 1 free bottle of iced black tea. Intended Department, Evolution Department. Wang Tingsong? This is absurd. Is he here to experience the atmosphere? He is a brave little boy, though. Among all the applicants in previous years, very few were under 20. At least they would have some level of achievement before daring to try. The Research Institute is a sacred place in the hearts of countless people. An iced black tea reward? Are you serious? Actually, Yi Tian didn't want to fill it in like that either, but the honors column was required and could not be left blank. Since he had never won any honors, he had to take a leap of faith and fill in a joke-like honor. That led to this page in Wang Ting's hand. Zhang Sheng noticed something unusual about Wang Tingsong and couldn't help but glance at what he was holding. Then he froze as well. Yetian. Shanwu No 2 High? Isn't that the student Zhou Tiangang mentioned to him before? Did this guy actually show up? He really didn't know whether to praise Yi Tian for being brave or just ignorant. He thought to himself, thank goodness he didn't agree to recommend Yi Tian internally at the time. Although a recommendation doesn't guarantee direct entry into the Research Institute, it still requires an interview. If the other interviewers found out Yi Tian was recommended by him, the thought of it was socially mortifying. What face would he have left in the Research Institute? You don't just shove unqualified connections in like that. Zhou Tiangang really must be getting senile. If I recall correctly, he said Yi Tian's beast is just a stone monkey, right? He shook his head, feeling quite speechless. Regardless, both deputy directors were deeply impressed by Yi Tian, though not in a good way. Inside the lobby, Yi Tian and his group suddenly heard some commotion near the entrance. They couldn't help but turn their heads simultaneously to look. At the source of the noise, a man with bangs almost covering his eyes was walking inside. The noise was created by many people greeting him all at once. Brother Sheng, are you here for the assessment? Or as an examiner? Brother Sheng, you're back in Wushan City? Brother Sheng, do you remember me? 3 years ago, we attended a seminar together in King's City. Just as Yi Tian was wondering who this big shot was, Zhou Qiong introduced him. That man is Zhang Qisheng. He is a senior 4 years ahead of me. He graduated right when I entered the academy, and he left behind many legendary feats there. One of our academy's research groups was actually founded by him. After graduating, he went to other cities for further studies, and I heard he joined a local research institute later. I never expected he would resign to return to Wushan City for the exam again. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration, mixed with a hint of envy. If there's anyone among all the examinees who can guarantee they'll pass, it's only him. Ye Tian nodded. He does sound pretty impressive. Zhang Kesheng politely greeted everyone, then walked to a spot by the wall, took out his phone, and started doing something by himself. He didn't seem interested in socializing, and the others were sensible enough not to disturb him. The exam would last for 1 day, with a written test in the morning and practical exams in the afternoon and evening. It was quickly time for the exam. Those who accompanied the candidates had to wait in the rest area, while the candidates took their seats at the front of the hall according to their exam numbers. Kyong, don't be nervous. You've already taken this twice. You can definitely do it this time. Zhao Tiangang waved his hand, lacking any of the authority of a principal, looking more like a kind father. Zhou Kaong clenched her fists. Yeah. Zhao Tiangang looked at Yi Tian again. Little Tian, you should also take this chance to experience the exam atmosphere and prepare for the future. Yi Tian nodded, not wanting to explain. Okay. This wasn't a completely fair exam. At the very least, a silver rank Beastmaster has an advantage over a bronze rank one. There was no limit on the number of beasts you could have when answering questions. In other words, a silver rank Beastmaster can have 2 beasts plus themselves, all answering the questions at once. Once seated, the test papers were handed out, and the 2-hour timer began. I must pass the first round to make it to the second. For Dasheng's evolution, let's do this. Time to get into exam mode. From the very first question, he could see people and their beasts scratching their heads in confusion. After a ginseng flower evolves to silver rank, 3 colored petals grow on top of its head. When the red petals shake, it indicates that it is blank. Yi Tian only read the question once before the answer instantly popped into his memory. Easy. It indicates that it wants to sunbathe. Second question. Easy. 5th question. 50th question. 100th question. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Tian was filling it out incredibly fast. After about 20 minutes, he finished all the answers. Unfortunately, rules forbade early submission, so he had no choice but to lay his head on the desk and nap out of boredom. Is this what it feels like to be a top student? Yi Tian never expected it to go so smoothly. He didn't know if the questions were beyond the curriculum or if they were core knowledge. All he knew was that every question came straight from those 2 books. At the same time, the 2 deputy directors in the monitoring room noticed Yi Tian's odd behavior. He was just too conspicuous. Among thousands of examinees, he was the only one laying down, making it hard to miss. Wang Tingsong chuckled. Giving up so early? Zhang Sheng also shook his head. I knew it. Ding-a-ling. The exam is over. Yi Tian stretched his body, stood up full of energy, and walked back to the rest area. A chorus of wails rang out in his ears. It was so hard. I'm done for, wasted my application fee again. Who wrote these questions? Do they dare give me their address? Buddy, the head of the research institute wrote them. His office is upstairs. Go ahead. Hey, forget it, let him live. Only a few people remained calm. Take Zhang Kesheng for example. He was the calmest one, surrounded by a crowd asking him questions. Brother Sheng, do you remember what you put for the 4th question? Zhang Kesheng smiled. I wrote down 25 types of cultivation environments. What? 25 types? I wrote 8. Damn it, I got it wrong. Many people habitually checked their answers against his. Zhang Kesheng had become the standard answer key. Someone else asked. Brother Sheng, what score do you think you'll get? Zhang Kesheng thought for a moment. This year's questions were indeed very difficult, with quite a few going beyond the curriculum, not from the core content in the books. I'm not sure about maybe 10 questions. I expect around a 90. Hiss. Gasps of awe filled the air. Brother Sheng, you're amazing. 90. I couldn't even get that score on an open book exam. Why do the questions keep getting harder? That's it. I'm never going to pass in my life. I wish I had half of Brother Sheng's brain. Yi Tian finally reunited with Zhou Qiong in the crowd. Zhou Qiong's little face looked uneasy. Seeing this, Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but ask, Qiong, how did you find the difficulty this time? Zhao Qiong sighed. It was much harder than the previous times. I'm only confident in about 40 points worth of questions, and there are dozens I'm unsure about. I don't know if I can even hit 60. Zhao Tiangang patted her head. It's okay, if you fail, Dad will accompany you here again next month. Zhao Qiong nodded obedient. Zhao Tiangang looked at Yi Tian again. Little Tian, how about you? I guess you've experienced the atmosphere now, right? Haha.
Zhao Qiong also looked at Yi Tian, and for some reason her mood improved quite a bit. Although she knew logically that it was Yi Tian's first time taking the exam, and he probably wouldn't be able to answer a single question. But having someone around who was much worse than herself made her feel better, even if she did fail. People, after all, are defined by comparison. Yi said, feels okay, I guess. Zhou Qiong asks, Little Tian, what score do you think you got? Zhao Tiangang gave her a reproving look. Wasn't she just touching a sore spot? Yi didn't hide anything. 100 points, maybe. Tft. Zhao Qiong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Tian, you're such a sweetheart, knowing your sister is unhappy and trying to cheer her up. Yi Tian. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. He was genuinely confident he could get 100. In the monitoring room, Zhang Shang watched his super confident nephew on the screen and couldn't help but puff out his own chest. Even if he joins the evolution department, so what? The knowledge he learned belongs to our Zhang family, he said leisurely. The first place will most likely be my nephew. Wang Tingsong also said leisurely. Too bad your nephew is going to be my man in the evolution department. He is my nephew. He is my subordinate. The two glared at each other, neither willing to concede in words. The researchers behind them were already used to this. They had been bickering for more than a day or two, anyway. All examinees' papers are sent to the monitoring room, graded on the spot by researchers, and scores are released immediately. Then those who didn't score at least 60 can go home and rest early. Time to work. A pile of papers was brought in. The researchers started grading. Sun Ting 40 points. Zhang Lun 57 points. Liu Feiyu 60 points. Finally, someone hit 60. A researcher, having finally seen a passing grade, couldn't help but exclaim. Come and see, I'm grading Zhang Qisheng's paper. Someone said suddenly. Many people were drawn to look. Damn, he's truly impressive. I'm not even sure I could answer these questions better than he did. Zhang Qisheng 94 points. Without a doubt, he's definitely the top scorer of this exam. The grading was in full swing. As soon as a paper was finished, the staff responsible for data entry would log it. Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng, the two big bosses, were sitting leisurely in their chairs offering commentary. Not bad, at least 100 candidates will pass the first round this time. Wang Tingsong smiled. Our evolution department has such high standards that we're always understaffed. I hope at least 2 people make it through the second round. Zhang Sheng ignored Wang Tingsong's humble brag. Hey, standards too high? Isn't that just saying the evolution department is better than the breeding department? It's May, and this time of year is when students from all the beast-taming academies graduate. That's why there are so many people taking the exam. With more people, the probability of finding talent naturally increases. According to past patterns, the number of successful candidates in May is at least 3 times higher than in other months. However, starting this time, the practical assessment will be reformed, so it's hard to say exactly how many will pass. God. Just as things were nearing the end, a researcher suddenly stood up. What? The others looked over with curiosity. My God? My God? Who is this guy? He's too beastly. The group stood frozen in place. Even Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng were intrigued. They stood up puzzled and walked toward the researcher in the center. 100 points. Both raised their eyebrows at the same time. On the paper, correct answers are marked in red and wrong ones in green. In the researchers' hands was a sheet of pure red. Both were confused. That shouldn't be right. When checking the candidate info earlier, they didn't see any amazing geniuses. Who is it? The two snatched the paper and looked at the name in the top left corner. Then they both froze. It's him? In the hall. The waiting process was quite agonizing. Many candidates couldn't help but pace around to ease their nervousness. At this point, Zhao Qiang actually felt a bit envious of Yi Tian. Look at how calm he is. Because he never expected to pass, he had no expectations, and naturally didn't care about the result. The previous exams didn't take this long to grade. Theoretically, the score should be out by now, right? Zhao Qiang clenched her fingers in front of her, muttering to herself. She didn't want to be eliminated without even a chance to do the practical test. Just then she heard someone shout, "It's out, it's out!" At the front of the hall, there was a giant screen. A data table appeared, with every line showing a candidate's score. Only those who scored over 60 were being scrolled through and displayed, from lowest to highest. 120 points place, Zhao Qiang 60 points. Yeah! Zhao Qiang jumped up suddenly. That's great. Her score had just barely passed 60, although she was in last place. Passing was all that mattered. The results continued to come out. Some candidates who knew their own limits had already begun to leave in an orderly fashion. There were others who, like Zhao Qiang, had answered many questions but weren't confident. They were the core of those waiting in anticipation. But when the scores reached 70, those people also came to terms with the fact that they hadn't passed. Suddenly there was a chorus of sighs. 9th place Ma Hang 70 points. 7th place Gao Xu 71 points. 7th place Meng Jai 71 points. 3rd place Liu Bo 75 points. A candidate named Liu Bo was ecstatic. Haha, I passed! As the results were gradually announced, more and more people gathered around Zhang Kisheng. For Brother Sheng, besides being amazing, I have no words. I wonder who 2nd place is. 3rd place is only 75, which is 15 points off your expected 90, Brother Sheng. Getting a 70 on this is already quite an impressive score. I'm afraid 2nd place won't even be able to break 80. They already assumed that Zhang Kisheng was definitely in 1st place. Zhang Kisheng said modestly. The results aren't all out yet, who knows who's first. Just then, the screen flickered again, and the 2nd place information appeared. 2nd place Zhang Kisheng 94 points. I guessed. The person who had just spoken stopped dead when they saw the score. Zhang Kisheng himself also looked visibly stunned. He said he didn't care, but in his heart, he had already reserved the top spot. 94 points, even higher than he had expected. But how could it be 2nd place? The whole place was stunned. What? Zhang Kisheng only got 2nd with 94 points? Everyone kept their eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the next update. They were incredibly curious about who had managed to suppress Zhang Kisheng and take 1st place. Finally, the 1st place winner appeared. 1st place Yi Tian 100 points. Whoa. The whole hall was in an uproar. 100 points? What kind of insane score? Some candidates who had taken the exam many times were completely losing it. They wouldn't even dare to dream of getting a score that high. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve. Every exam, although most questions come from key points in the books, about 20% are truly randomly selected from the material. It can be said that in the entire history of the Wushan City Research Institute exams, such an absurd score has never appeared. This exam is entirely about memorization. With 2 such massive books, if you can score 100, are you a reincarnated computer? Immediately after, everyone had the same question in mind. Who is Yi Tian? Their circle isn't particularly large, and anyone with any achievement is usually somewhat well known. That is why so many people recognized Zhang Kisheng and greeted him when he first walked in. But the name Yi Tian? I've never heard of him. Jiang Qisheng frowned deeply, frantically searching his memory for the name. Nothing at all. Who is it? He scanned his surroundings, discounting those he already knew, trying to guess who could possibly be Yi Tian. He recognized Zhou Qiang. She was his junior colleague. Beside her was a stranger. He looks too young, it can't be him. Knowledge acquisition requires a vast amount of time. No one who can score 100 is likely under the age of 30. He scanned everyone, but they all looked so ordinary. He focused his attention on the few strangers who looked older. Which one of you could it be? Meanwhile, Zhao Qiang and Zhao Tiangang were both staring hard at Yi Tian. Their eyes were practically popping out of their heads. Zhao Tiangang's mouth twitched. Zhao Tian, don't tell me, that is you. Zhou Qiang's mind was reeling. Haha, Zhao Tian, tell me that you just happened to share a name with the top scorer. Yi Tian gave a sound of acknowledgement. If nothing else, that would be me. He had said earlier he could score 100, but they didn't believe him, right? Do you believe it now? For some reason, he felt a sense of vindication. Zhou Qiang clutched her head, looking distraught. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't accept this. She had spent 6 years of hard work just to scrape by with a 60. And Yi Tian had crushed her years of hard work in just 10 days. Her worldview was completely collapsing. She simply couldn't believe it. Zhao Tiangang was also at a loss for words. He couldn't comprehend it at all. With those 2 massive books, 10 days might not even be enough time just to flip through them. Could someone really have a photographic memory at a glance? Both father and daughter felt their worldviews hit by an unprecedented shock. Everyone in the room was looking around, asking questions. Hey buddy, do you know who Yi Tian is? Unfortunately, the vast majority of them had never heard the name before. Just then someone spoke up, trembling. Think I might know. Everyone turned to look at him. The man looked completely shocked. When I was taking the exam, a young man sat next to me and started sleeping after only 20 minutes. I found it strange, so when the exam ended, I took a peek, and his name, it was Yi Tian. The man accurately found Yi Tian in the crowd and looked toward him. Everyone followed his gaze. Is it that girl? No, it's the boy next to her. Is that boy even 20 yet? Hiss. Everyone fell silent. According to the person who pointed him out, this lad who looked less than 20 had finished the exam in only 20 minutes. And then scored 100. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, he definitely cheated. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Cheated? Yes, if he hadn't gotten the answer key in advance, how could he have finished so quickly? The questions must have been leaked before the exam. More and more people felt this explanation was reasonable. Jiang Qisheng nodded as well. That's the only explanation. It seems he is still the first place. Rigged. One person started chanting, and soon many more joined in. But just as they were gathering to put pressure on Yi Tian, an authoritative voice thundered across the hall. Who is questioning the fairness of our institute? A middle-aged man in loose robes walked in through a side door. His presence alone overwhelmed everyone present. I am the head examiner for this exam, Wang Tingsong. We have verified that the candidate Yi Tian has no signs of cheating. Hiss. Many people immediately deflated. To them, Wang Tingsong was the absolute authority, and since he had spoken, the matter was settled. Yi Tian did not cheat, he relied entirely on his own strength. Wang Tingsong snorted coldly. The dignity of the research institute is not to be challenged. Anyone else who makes trouble will be blacklisted and never allowed to take the exam again. Once these words were spoken, everyone had nothing left to say. Those who failed the assessment began to leave one after another. In truth, the shock in Wang Tingsong's heart was no less than anyone else's. When they saw Yi Tian's score, their first thought was also that he had cheated. They then gathered dozens of people in front of the screen to replay Yi Tian's test record. During the exam, cameras were recording from all angles. It was clear that Yi Tian's hands remained on the desk the entire time, and he carried no equipment whatsoever. For those 20 minutes, he had been focused solely on the exam. No matter how much they watched, they couldn't find any trickery. The examination hall was specialized, with layers of isolation that blocked energy fluctuations, meaning neither modern instruments nor beast-taming energy could influence the interior. With all impossibilities ruled out, only one possibility remained. Yi Tian truly took the exam honestly and earned his 100 points through his own ability. Following behind Wang Tingsong was Zhang Sheng. His expression now was not very good. Yi Tian's performance was so beyond his expectations that it left him feeling shaken. He had refused to give Yi Tian a chance earlier due to his anger toward Zhao Tiangang. Perhaps that was a wrong decision. He shook his head, driving the thought away. Yi Tian is only 18. If he started studying those 2 books from a very young age, getting a perfect score, while absurd, is not impossible. However, this was only the first round. Passing it just meant obtaining an admission ticket. The second round is what really matters. Before today, Yi Tian might have actually had a chance of passing. But starting from this time, the process is being reformed, and the exam questions will be more closely related to beast taming. With that stone monkey that Yi Tian contracted, it's absolutely impossible for him to pass the exam. After the 2 examiners left, the atmosphere at the venue became quite strange. Now, no one dared to question Yi Tian's score. However, one could still faintly hear some sour remarks. So what if he got a perfect score in the first round? In the end, what's the difference between that and our scores of 60-something? Yi Tian looked far too young, with a face full of student vibes. He stood out so starkly from everyone else present. And yet he was the top scorer of the first round. Given this huge contrast, many couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. Standing beside Yi Tian, Zhao Qiong suddenly remembered what she had said to him earlier. Something about reading her notes and hoping to pass within 2 years? Something about how he could always ask her, the senior, if he had any questions? She felt absolutely embarrassed. She actually told a top student that he could ask her if he had any questions? Oh, Zhao Qiong, if this isn't showing off one's expertise before an expert, then what is? Zhao Tiangang, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. He patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and said good 3 times in a row. Yi Tian was his student, and he only knew about the existence of the research institute because of him. Regardless, he could at least claim credit for the recommendation. The better Yi Tian performed, the more face it brought him. He passed the first round, could the second be far behind? Even if he didn't pass this time, Yi Tian was a beast master with a special talent. He would definitely pass after a few more tries. Little Tian, how exactly did you do it? After the joy subsided, Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but ask in confusion. No matter how he thought about it, it just seemed incredible. It was only 10 days. To get a perfect score, even with some luck involved, he must have at least memorized 50% of those 2 books. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe I was just lucky. The content on the test happened to be exactly what I had memorized." Zhao Tiangang rolled his eyes. That answer was as good as saying nothing. But he didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Yi Tian didn't want to say, he couldn't force him. After the first round ended, the candidates were given 2 hours for lunch and a break, with the second round starting at 1 in the afternoon. In the canteen, the 3 were eating heartily. Zhao Tiangang enjoyed free meals as a member of the Research Institute, and the other 2 were also eligible as exam candidates. "Hello, Professor Zhu." While eating, a slightly chubby man from afar called out to Zhao Tiangang. He looked up, feeling a bit puzzled. The man then introduced himself. "Professor Zhu, it is me, Liu Bo. I was your student 5 years ago. You were not the principal back then, and you taught my class." Zhao Tiangang searched his memory and indeed recalled such a person. "Oh, it is Xiao Bo. Long time no see." A few years ago, Liu Bo was quite thin and looked very different, which is why Zhou Tiangang didn't recognize him immediately. No wonder the name sounded familiar when he saw the results earlier. He put down his chopsticks and patted Liu Bo on the shoulder. Ranking 3rd in the first round, Xiao Bo, you did very well. Liu Bo was beaming. Being recognized by his former teacher was a happy occasion for him. Still, he replied modestly. It was just luck, purely luck. After that, he glanced at Yi Tian and asked, "Is this my junior schoolmate?" Zhao Tiangang nodded and laughed. "Yes, he is only in his 3rd year of high school." Liu Bo nodded. It was as he thought. Greeting Zhao Tiangang was secondary. His main goal was to get to know Yi Tian. A tough guy who could score full marks in the first round would likely not find the second round too difficult. They would likely be colleagues at the institute in the future, so getting to know him early was never a bad idea. Liu Bo familiarly sat down next to Yi Tian and looked at the great sage on his shoulder with curiosity. "Junior Yi Tian, is this a pet you keep?" Not every beast is contracted by a beast master, and many beast masters have a hobby of keeping extra pets. Ye Chu shook his head. "This is the beast I have contracted." Liu Bo paused for a long time before reacting and said tentatively, "Haha, Junior Yi Tian, that is truly something unique." Upon knowing that Yi Tian's beast was a stone monkey, Liu Bo's attitude was clearly less enthusiastic than before, though he remained polite. Yi Tian understood this well. In the adult world, judging people by their status is quite normal. After lunch, Yi Tian took a tour of the entire research institute under Zhou Tiangang's guidance. The time approached 1 o'clock. The second round took place in a different location, so after saying goodbye to Zhou Tiangang, Yi Tian and Zhao Qiang entered the room. Before them were rows of laboratory benches, neatly arranged throughout the room. Each bench was equipped with various instruments and glassware. At the front of the room stood a huge bookshelf, but it held no books, only various materials Yi Tian had never seen before. There were solids, liquids, and even gases, among others. 5 minutes before the start, the 2 chief examiners finally entered the room. Zhang Sheng began to explain the rules for this round. "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Sheng, one of the chief examiners for this round, and also the deputy director of the breeding department at the institute. Now I will explain the examination rules." Everyone listened intently, as the content of the examination changed every time, leaving them with no previous cases to refer to. The more they listened, the uglier many people's expressions became. This round's rules seem to have changed even more drastically than the ones I have experienced before. A candidate who had taken the test several times muttered to himself. As per tradition, the second round involved 2 questions corresponding to 2 different departments. The breeding question was, candidates would receive a silver grade skill, and they were required to get their beast to reach the introductory level within 5 hours, while also providing a material ratio that could improve the skill's training speed by over 10%. For the first 2 hours of the exam, discussion was allowed, but discussing after that would count as a violation. Candidates were free to use the materials on the shelves for experimental testing. To ensure fairness, the silver grade skill chosen for the question was a brand new one discovered in a certain secret realm, which had not yet entered the market. Furthermore, this skill had very few restrictions and was suitable for the vast majority of beasts to learn. The evolution question was, candidates needed to take on a skill for exploring evolutionary factors and were required to explore at least one evolutionary factor within 5 hours. Evolutionary factors are the key elements within a beast that lead to new evolutionary paths. The candidates were buzzing with discussion. Damn it, whichever question we choose, we have to get our beast to learn the skill within 5 hours. Isn't that too difficult? Exactly, we are researchers, not beast geniuses. I have always aimed for the breeding department, and I have tackled similar material ratio problems before. But that time it only required an 8% increase in speed, and yet only 2 people passed. Now with the condition of having the beast learn the skill, plus the increased percentage requirement, this difficulty is at least 5 or 6 times higher than that time. Can anyone actually pass this? Are we sure the research institute isn't already full and just playing with us as part of a mandatory process? Exactly. This is absolutely ridiculous. I have experienced the evolution exam before, It only required using instruments to simulate the search for evolutionary factors, but this time they are asking us to find them directly from the beast's body. Even Jiang Qisheng couldn't help but frown when he heard the assessment rules. The others looked as if the task was flat out impossible. Zhou Qiang said with concern, "It is over, I will most likely fail again this time. The difficulty level is worlds apart from before." "Quiet." Jiang Sheng let out a low shout, his voice instantly drowning out the entire room. Seeing everyone stop talking and turn their attention to him, he continued, "If you are not willing to take the assessment, you can leave now. I can tell you clearly that from now on, all future assessments will be of similar difficulty." He paused. "This was decided by the Dragon Kingdom General Research Institute. If you have any opinions, take it up with them yourself. I also have some good news to share. While the difficulty has increased, the Institute has decided to award points to the top 3 in each category of the assessment. The first place gets 100 Institute points, second place gets 50, and third place gets 20. As soon as this was announced, many examinees gasped in surprise. Ye Tian curiously nudged Zhou Qiang with his elbow. "Sister Qiang, what are these Institute points, and what are they for?" Zhou Qiang explained. "Institute points are a currency unique to the facility. You can use them to trade for items or to hire people for help. In terms of Dragon Kingdom currency, 1 point is worth about 10,000 dragon coins." Hiss. Yi Tian drew a sharp breath. "My goodness, first place means you can take home 1 million. You have to realize his entire net worth right now is only 700,000. Yi Tian's eyes glinted. He had to fight for this first place spot. His hope for the great sage 8 directional staff to break through again depends on this. Damn, as expected of the Institute, they are so generous. A reward of 100 points? Wait, that's 340 points in total. Get first place and become rich instantly. My pet needs a good weapon. If I had 100 points. Brother, stop dreaming, wake up. This is just a pie in the sky drawn for us by the Institute. You can't even pass the assessment. How are you going to get anything?" Everyone. That makes so much sense. With the rules explained, it was time for the candidates to choose their exam questions. Following the rankings from the first round, they went up one by one to collect their materials, and Yi Tian was first. The examiners Zhang Sheng and Wang Tingsong stood side by side, with a box in front of each of them. Inside the boxes were stacks of books, which were presumably the techniques used for the assessment. Yi Tian stood in front of them looking conflicted. Zhang Sheng let out a cold snort to interrupt him. "Make your choice quickly. Do not waste the other candidates' time." Yi Tian then walked up to Zhang Sheng. "Examiner, I want to ask a question." Wang Tingsong also looked at Yi Tian curiously, wanting to know what he was going to ask. Yi Tian had left a deep impression on him in the first round. Yi said, "I want to ask, can I choose 2 exam topics at the same time?" "You can at your own risk." Many candidates often tried to double up, hoping to succeed in one if the other failed. However, based on past experience, those who truly passed the assessment were generally the ones who had clear goals from the start and put their whole heart into achieving them. Ye Tian asked again, "Then, if I manage to get first place in both exam topics, can the points be accumulated and given to me?" Wang Tingsong? Zhang Sheng? Other candidates? They were truly shocked. Good grief, you really dare to dream. Everyone else is worrying about whether they can pass the assessment, and you are already thinking about how to get first place. And you are thinking about getting it for 2 subjects at once. Can you please not be so outrageous? It was not the first time Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng had proctored an exam, but it was the first time they had ever heard a candidate ask such a question. They did not know if Yi Tian was being confident or brain damaged. They both concluded it was likely the latter. Zhang Sheng felt Yi Tian was wasting his time and was getting a bit angry. Wang Tingsong answered first. "According to the rules, it is possible." Yi Tian beamed with joy. "That is great. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he picked up a book from each of the boxes in front of the two men. One was called Waiting for the Opportunity, and the other was called Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition. He really was desperate for money. Zhang Kisheng stood at his seat, glanced at Yi Tian, and shook his head lightly. Just a clown playing to the gallery. The first round doesn't mean anything. Now is when your real abilities are tested. Liu Bo's mouth twitched slightly as he raised his hand and gave Yi Tian a thumbs up. Zhou Qiong's mouth opened slightly. I have to admit, Yi Tian really has nerve. Others expressed various reactions. Some admired him, others mocked him. Once Yi Tian finished selecting, it was the others' turn. Most people chose only one book, though a few did the same as Yi Tian. However, they did not dare to ask such audacious questions like Yi Tian did. Actually, Yi Tian did not want to show off. His original goal was just to get into the evolution department. But plans changed. He did not expect the breeding department's exam question would be to learn a silver tier skill, and that the top 3 would get paid. He simply could not resist this temptation. Who doesn't want a free skill? Right now, Great Sage does not have a single silver tier skill. Ding-a-ling, as the bell rang over the broadcast, the second round of the assessment officially began. Yi Tian stretched his body, picked up Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition, and started flipping through it. According to the book, the full version can only be learned after entering the Research Institute, while this simplified version can only be used to explore 5% of a pet's body. At the same time, this book can only raise a pet's skill to the entry level of proficiency and nothing more. System, simplify it for me. After finishing the book, Yi Tian shouted inwardly. Sure enough, the familiar prompt sounded. Detected Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition, Target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify it? It is only 10,000 dragon coins, do it. Simplification complete. Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition, becomes daydreaming. Note, this simplified version can improve skill proficiency up to the entry level. As the prompt ended, Great Sage was surprised to find that although it hadn't done anything, knowledge had appeared in its monkey brain out of thin air. So it chattered to Yi Tian about this magical feeling. To this, Yi Tian replied, just a normal procedure, keep it cool. Watching the progress bar for the evolutionary factor exploration slowly rising, he estimated it would take about half an hour. Yi Tian did not stay idle, and immediately picked up the other silver tier skill book, waiting for the opportunity to start reading. So that is how it works. He read, nodding frequently. Beast taming skills can be roughly divided into offensive, movement, defensive, auxiliary, and special categories. Factor exploration is a special category skill, and these skills possess unique functions. Wait and see is an auxiliary skill. It does not deal damage directly, but needs to be used in combination with offensive skills. For example, before the Great Sage uses the 8 Direction Staff, he can first use Wait and See to build up momentum, which allows him to unleash more powerful force during the attack. The longer the build-up time, the higher the damage bonus, with a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Detected Wait and See target Great Sage. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify it? The first time I simplified the 8 Direction Staff, it only cost 10,000 dragon coins. It seems that the higher the quality of the skill, the more it costs to simplify. Yi Tian naturally chose yes. Simplification complete. Wait and See becomes squatting down while hugging your head. Tip: this simplification method can improve skill proficiency up to the master level. Yi Tian followed the instructions and gave the order to the Great Sage. Thus, the Great Sage began to squat and hug his head, his eyes staring blankly into space. Race Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze 97%. Potential, Bronze. Skills: Drunkenness Master 1%, 8 Directions Staff Perfect 0%. Evolution Factor Exploration Not Yet started 0% to 3%. Wait and See Not Yet started 0% to 2%. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Oh, right. The cultivation exam also requires finding a material ratio that can increase the cultivation speed by more than 10%. I've tested it before. As long as it's related to beast taming study or research, it can trigger the simplification system. The question is how to trigger it. Yi Tian thought for a moment, walked to the bookshelf in front, and picked up a few materials at random. Then, back at his laboratory bench, he crudely fused the materials together using a vessel. He muttered in his heart, I want to find the ratio to improve the great sage's cultivation of wait and see. To his surprise, it really worked. Detected research on improving the cultivation speed of wait and see target. Yi Tian? Do you want to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify it? 200,000, that expensive? Yi Tian felt a sting in his wallet, but he chose yes. As long as I can get first place, 1 million is coming in, so what's 200,000? Simplification complete. Research process becomes doing 1,000 addition and subtraction problems under 10. Yi Tian. Although he was speechless, he still did it. He immediately picked up a black pen and started scribbling on paper. 1 plus 1 equals 3. 3 minus 8 equals 7. 9 plus 5 equals 99. The system only required doing the problems, not doing them correctly. Yi Tian's specialty is being rebellious. Every time he did a problem, an upgrade tone sounded in his ears. Research process, current progress 1 out of 1,000. Research process, current progress 2 out of 1,000. Research process, current progress 3 out of 1,000. Man and monkey steadily approached their goal. About half an hour later, Yi Tian exhaled. Finally done. By now, the white paper was densely packed with numbers. With the last prompt sound, a stream of information appeared in Yi Tian's mind. He immediately wrote down the recipe. 4 grams of savage bone powder, 3 grams of sunflower, 1,000 grams of dark clay. Mix evenly and apply to the beast's whole body. 200 grams of cleansing spiritual fluid, 4 grams of golden worm grass. Mix and stir, then take 30% before cultivation and 70% after. That's about it. It can increase cultivation speed by 30%, far exceeding the 10% requirement for the exam. After writing down the recipe, Yi Tian finally had the time to observe how the others were doing. Most people's expressions were not pleasant. I even saw a guy slapping himself while doing an experiment. Bang. Suddenly, I heard a small explosion not far away. Looking over, it was Zhao Qiong's table. The two of us had a good relationship, so Yi Tian ran over to see what had happened. Zhao Qiong's eyes were welling up with tears, and her entire face was blackened by the explosion. Sister Qiong, are you okay? Zhao Qiong wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said stubbornly, I'm fine. It was just an experiment that failed. She sighed. With the exam reform, I definitely have no hope this time, and next time, even the time after that is looking doubtful. Sigh, I don't know when I will pass. She felt discouraged and was ready to give up. Yi Tian thought for a moment. He picked up the pen on Zhao Qiong's table and wrote down a few of the most important materials for her. Of course, he didn't write the specific amounts. Writing that would be too obvious. Sister Qiong, try doing the experiment with the materials I wrote for you. I once saw a skill similar to wait and see in a book, and the ratio of auxiliary materials was exactly what I wrote for you. Free exchange is allowed during the first 2 hours of the cultivation exam. Most research topics in the Research Institute require collaboration from at least 3 researchers. Therefore, team communication skills are important. However, for most people, they don't have anything substantial to share in just 2 hours. And even if someone is willing to share, others wouldn't dare to believe them. Who knows if they are deliberately giving fake data? It takes time to verify through experiments. There are only 5 hours for the exam, so every minute and every second is incredibly precious. Zhao Qiong had sent him information before. Although he didn't use it, it was a kind gesture, so consider it a repayment. For himself, it was just a small favor. Leaving the ratio behind, Yi Tian returned to his lab bench. Zhao Qiang was a bit stunned. Seen a similar skill recipe? Should I try it? After thinking about it, she decided to give it a try. Even if she failed, there wouldn't be a worse outcome. Zhao Qiang followed the recipe Yi Tian left behind and went to the bookshelf in front to get the materials. Using her own experience, she adjusted the specific amounts. Soon the preparation was complete. Dahai. Zhao Qiang didn't dare let Dahai try the oral medicine yet, so she first applied the mud to the black bear's whole body. Then she had him practice according to the skill book. At the same time, she clipped a small clamp onto the black bear's ear, which was connected to a small screen by a wire. Through the numbers on the screen, she could see how much the cultivation speed increased compared to normal. 2 minutes passed. 12% appeared on the screen. Zhao Qiang covered her mouth in surprise. 12. How could it be so high? Yi Tian was telling the truth. He really has seen similar material ratios? 12% on the first experiment, and there's still room for optimization. In typical research ratios, one of the most troublesome steps is finding the materials. There are hundreds of thousands of known materials, and the difficulty of combining multiple materials is unimaginable. If you know all the materials, then finding the specific amounts isn't that difficult.
On the other side, Dasheng's skill waiting for an opportunity has successfully reached the beginner level and is steadily progressing towards proficiency. Yi Tian calculated the time needed for each 1% increase, and with 4.5 hours remaining, he realized it was just enough. Good news came one after another. The evolutionary factor exploration, simplified version, also successfully reached the beginner level. Yi Tian immediately had Dasheng use the skill to explore the evolutionary factors within his body. Evolutionary factors are things hidden within a beast's body, storing the potential for its evolution. To this day, scientific research has yet to provide a definitive answer as to why evolutionary factors exist. Evolutionary factor exploration process detected. Target, Dasheng. Do you wish to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify it? Yes. Yi Tian had long guessed that the exploration process could also be simplified. But to his surprise, the simplification actually failed. Simplification failed. Hint: the beast's potential is too low. You need to increase the skill's proficiency. Yi Tian was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a failure in simplification. Fortunately, the failure provided a hint, pointing him in the right direction. Need to increase skill proficiency? But the manual given only contains information on how to reach the beginner level. To continue improving, there is only one way: pass the assessment to obtain a more complete version of the skill. But I can't pass the assessment without improving. Isn't this a dead end? Yi Tian scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. No, there's another way. This skill, evolutionary factor exploration, was created by someone. Perhaps I can simplify the process of creating it and deduce a higher level of proficiency. As soon as this thought occurred to Yi Tian, the familiar notification sound rang out, and he was ecstatic. Skill deduction process detected. Target, Yi Tian. Do you wish to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify it? Yi Tian still had 440,000 dragon coins left. He gritted his teeth. There is no gain without pain. Do it. Although he knew that even after simplifying the deduction process, he would still have to spend money to simplify Dasheng's learning process, Yi Tian decided to take the gamble. Simplification successful. Skill deduction process leads to collecting 7 materials of different attributes. This was simple. Yi Tian went straight to the bookshelf in front and picked out materials of 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, dark and light. Simplification plan completed. Species: stone monkey. Level: 90%. Potential: bronze. Skills: drunken fist, mastered 1%. 8 direction staff, perfect 0%. Evolutionary factor exploration, deduction version, beginner 0%. Waiting for an opportunity, beginner 0% to 3%. On Dasheng's status panel, the suffix of the evolutionary factor exploration skill changed from simplified version to deduction version. Continue to simplify the training process. Evolutionary factor exploration deduction version detected. Target Dasheng. Do you wish to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify it? At this point, Yi Tian had no turning back. He had to spend the money. Simplification completed. Evolutionary factor exploration deduction version requires consuming 100 of spirit stones. Hint 1. This simplification plan can increase skill proficiency up to the proficient level at most. Hint 2. This skill is missing data, and it can no longer be further deduced. Yi Tian clenched his fists. Great, the gamble paid off. According to the patterns Yi Tian summarized, simplified plans can be divided into 2 types. One is time-based, requiring spending time on a certain task to improve. For example, spending time drinking, spacing out, or doing addition and subtraction. The other is collection-based, requiring the collection of designated items to improve. For example, when raising 8 direction staff to perfect level, he needed to collect silver level or higher staffs. Similarly, it now requires collecting 100 of spirit stones to consume. The next step was very simple. Spirit stones are provided by the testing center, with a limit of 50 G per person. For Yi Tian, this was not a problem. He went directly to Zhao Qiong and made the request. Sister Qiong, could you claim your 50 G of spirit stones and give them to me? Zhao Qiong readily agreed. She was extremely grateful to Yi Tian now, so she certainly wouldn't refuse such a small request. After getting the spirit stones, he crushed them into powder in a container and had Dasheng consume it. Spirit stones can increase a beast's training speed, but usually, they are just placed nearby. It is unheard of for a beast to ingest them. But since the system required it, he had no choice but to follow along. Whether I can enter the evolution department and get the extra 1 million depends on whether a proficient level skill can explore evolutionary factors. According to the system's hint, the skill can no longer be further deduced. If it still doesn't work now, he would have to go home, save up more money, and come back for the assessment next month. When Dasheng consumed the spirit stone powder, his status panel changed again. Species Stone Monkey. Level Bronze 97%. Potential Bronze. Skills Drunken Fist, Mastered 1%. 8 Direction Staff, Perfect 0%. Evolutionary Factor Exploration Deduction Version, Proficient 0%. Waiting for an opportunity, Beginner 9%. Dasheng closed his eyes and began to execute the evolutionary factor exploration skill. Actually, this process could also be simplified, but Yi Tian was completely out of money. With over 4 hours remaining, it all depends on whether Dasheng can find the evolutionary factor. About an hour passed. Dasheng suddenly opened his eyes with joy and sent a telepathic message to Yi Tian. Oh, he found it. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that when Dasheng used the skill, he could share the perception of what was happening inside Dasheng's body. He could see a golden dot of light, visible only to him, shining between Dasheng's brows. Is this an evolutionary factor? He didn't know what the use of finding this thing was yet. It seems he will have to enter the research institute to acquire the relevant knowledge. Yi Tian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Regardless, he would definitely pass the assessment now. Good, next, just try to find as many factors as possible. Participating in this assessment had almost cleaned him out, leaving him with only 40,000 dragon coins. I wonder how others are progressing. Do my best and leave the rest to fate. Yi Tian sat comfortably in his chair. However, his actions were seen by others as having given up on the assessment and starting to slack off. Not far away, Zhang Sheng noticed Yi Tian's behavior and nodded. As I expected. But being able to persist until now before giving up is already quite an accomplishment. He actually thought Yi Tian would give up right at the beginning of the assessment. It seems that when Yi Tian chose his topic, his actions really were just for show. On the other side, gave up after less than an hour? Zhang Kisheng glanced at Yi Tan and chuckled before looking away. After all, Yi Tan had outperformed him in the first round and taken first place, so naturally, there would be more attention on him. When Zhang Kisheng saw that Yi Tian's beast was just a stone monkey, he had already predicted the outcome. Now, Yi Tian's behavior only confirmed his conjecture. "Brother Sheng, how's your skill learning coming along? Are you confident you'll pass the assessment?" Just then, Zhang Kisheng heard a deep male voice behind him. Turning his head, he saw it was Liu Bo. The two didn't have much contact before, but after the last round ended, Liu Bo took the initiative to chat with him and exchange insights, and that's how they got to know each other. Zhang Kisheng smiled. Having nothing to hide, he said directly, "According to my estimates, it will take another 2 hours for me to reach the introductory level of the skill. With over an hour left, finding an evolution factor shouldn't be too difficult." Liu Bu looked at him with a hint of envy. "As expected of you, Brother Sheng." The conversation turned to himself. "My beast is expected to take another 3 hours to reach the introductory level, so I'll only have half an hour left to explore. I can only pray that my luck is good enough." Who would have thought the assessment content would be reformed? I was so confident before. If I had known, I should have signed up last time. Zhang Kisheng comforted Liu Bo for a moment before humbly saying, "My beast has studied other simplified factor exploration skills before, so I had some foundational knowledge that allowed me to learn faster than you. If we had started from the same point, who knows who would be faster?" Among the candidates on site, not many chose evolution as their exam topic. There were fewer than 10. Seeing the two of them discussing, others gathered around. If it was uncertain whether Liu Bu could pass the assessment, the rest had basically already failed. "According to the instrument measurements, my beast will take 8 hours to reach the introductory level. Haha. Mine is 16 hours. Haha, mine is 20 hours. Once this group of people completely gave up, they actually started comparing the time required to reach the introductory level. Do you think that since we're getting this skill to the introductory level this time, we'll have an advantage in the next assessment, allowing us to skip the learning phase and use all our time for factor exploration?" Someone raised the question, and many nodded, showing anticipation. Zhang Kisheng poured cold water on the idea. "Unfortunately, that won't happen. The skill of evolution factor exploration has gone through hundreds of years of research and refinement to reach its current state, embodying the life's work of countless predecessors. It contains countless variations that are impossible to fully master. What we are learning now is just less than 1% of the total content extracted at random. Surely the examiners won't let us find loopholes, even if we have to learn this skill again next time. Although the name might be the same, the content will be vastly different. I've studied similar simplified skills before. I can only say they provide some reference, but not much." Hearing this, the crowd wailed. "It's all over then. If that's the case, doesn't it mean I'll never get into the research institute in my life?" Compared to the candidates who chose evolution, those who chose cultivation as their exam topic had no intention of walking around, let alone chatting with others. They were all frantically conducting experiments, hoping to find a formula with a higher efficiency. Time passed silently. During the process, many chose to give up and, like Yi Tian, sat in their chairs and did nothing. The only small comfort for them was that they weren't the first ones to give up. Yi Tian was. It would be easier to save face when explaining it to others later. They had already prepared their excuses. The exam topic this time was just too difficult. Even the person who ranked first in the first round chose to give up. Come to think of it, I actually lasted longer than him. Ding, the bell rang, and everyone and their beast stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Zhang Sheng stood at the very front. Next was time for result verification. They would verify the cultivation exam first, followed by the evolution exam. Zhang Sheng announced loudly, "Candidates who feel confident in passing come to the front." Most people couldn't meet the passing requirements, So to save time, not everyone was required to participate in result verification. As he finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to stir. Zhao Qiong glanced at Yi Tian, smiled at him, and then walked forward. Yi Tian followed along. Those behind looked at the backs of the people in front with envious expressions. What kind of monsters are these people? They can pass such a difficult assessment? 1, 2, 3, 5. Someone raised their hand to count. A total of 5 people felt they could pass. Normally, fewer people pass the evolution exam compared to the cultivation one. So the total of both wouldn't exceed 10 people, and this assessment had several thousand people signed up. A pass rate of less than 1% is truly terrifying. Huh? Suddenly, someone noticed something wrong. Why did Yi Tian go up too? As the first place candidate in the first round, Yi Tian naturally attracted a lot of attention. The problem was that everyone saw Yi Tian give up after less than an hour. Where does he get the courage to go up and embarrass himself? Could it be that he really thinks he can pass? Zhang Sheng also stared at Yi Tian suspiciously, then repeated his words. I said that candidates who are confident in passing the assessment should come to the front. Fearing that Yi Tian didn't understand, he explained the rules. There are 2 requirements to pass the assessment. 1, the skill must reach the introductory level, and 2, you must develop a formula that increases cultivation speed by more than 10%. The others followed Zhang Sheng's gaze toward Yi Tian. Except for Zhao Qiong, everyone had a strange look on their face. Seeing that Yi Tian still hadn't moved, Zhang Sheng couldn't do anything about it and let it be. The process of verifying results is simple. The Beastmaster only needs to have their beast connect to an instrument and use the skill to judge its proficiency. As for the formula, it's written down and given Zhang Sheng, who tests it using a beast called a simulation beast to get the results. There were only 5 people in total, and Zhang Sheng picked them randomly to verify their results. Gaoxu, you go first. Okay. Gaoxu was a refined young man wearing glasses, and his beast was a pitch-black cat. The black cat connected to the instrument and used wait and see upon Gaoxu's command. You could faintly see a wriggling but transparent layer instantly cover the cat's body. Immediately after, a yellow light lit up on the instrument. Passed. Gaoxu clenched his fist. As long as a yellow light appears on the screen, it means the skill has reached the introductory level. Gaoxu then handed the formula he had developed to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng waved his hand, and a blue slime appeared in front of everyone. This is a simulation beast, a beast specifically bred to conduct various experiments. Staff members followed the formula Gaoxu provided to mix a vial of potion and fed it to the simulation beast. They then let it start practicing wait and see, and numbers quickly appeared on another instrument. 11%. Yes. Gaoxu cheered. Although Gaoxu had long known the result, he still couldn't help but feel thrilled the moment it was confirmed. Zhang Sheng nodded. Not bad, you passed. Behind him, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That is impressive. I really wish I could take his place. I heard that Gaoxu was already a beast-taming prodigy and had earned his professional beast tamer license long ago. He only joined the research industry out of sheer passion. So that is why. No wonder he managed to master a silver-tier skill in just a few hours. After Gaoxu finished his test, Zhang Sheng continued to call the next candidates. The next 2 boys also passed without any major issues, though their formulas only improved speed by 10%, just barely crossing the passing line. Zhang Sheng found this understandable. Being able to develop a 10% formula in such a short time already made them rare talents. Come to think of it, the optimal ratio for the wait and see skill was actually developed by his own team. It took them 2 full months to perfect it to 24%. You have to realize that every 1% improvement in efficiency is incredibly difficult, especially as you get further along. That 24% result earned his team the Best Team award last year. Now it is Zhao Qiong's turn. The skill proficiency light turned yellow as expected, but the formula ratio completely stunned everyone. 20%? My god, how is it so high? Zhao Qiong raised an eyebrow at Yi Tian as if saying, "Aren't I amazing?" Her luck was off the charts today. After receiving the material list from Yi Tian, she only needed a few hours to test out a decent ratio. Zhang Sheng was skeptical and amazed. Is it just luck? Back then, it took his team 2 weeks to raise the ratio to 20%, while Zhao Qiong only took 5 hours. He remembered Zhao Qiong, as she had come for assessments a few times before. Her ability was decent, but according to Zhang Sheng's expectations, she shouldn't have passed this time. Just seeing her stand at the front was already surprising enough. He never expected her to achieve such an outrageous result. Are we really taking the same assessment? Many people behind them pulled their hair, doubting their own reality. Heh, she definitely cheated, right? I don't believe it. The candidates who had passed earlier also looked bewildered. 20% might only look like twice as much as 10%, but anyone with a bit of industry knowledge knows the two are at least 10 times different in terms of difficulty. Gao Xu, who had been full of confidence about taking first place, didn't expect such a monster as Zhao Qiong to appear. What a soul-crushing result. Gao Xu sighed, his face filled with frustration. You are very good. Zhang Sheng exhaled to calm his emotions, staring intently at Zhao Qiong. In any research subject, there is always an element of luck involved. But that still couldn't mask Zhao Qiong's talent. Zhao Qiong passed. Zhao Qiong only gave a small smile, not overly excited, because she had already had her moment of excitement earlier. Now, all that remained in her heart was gratitude toward Yi Tian. Little Tian, you really gave your sister quite the gift. Getting into the research institute had been her goal for years. To achieve it, she studied while others played, and she kept studying while others dated. You could say she spent almost all her time striving for this goal. But due to the reforms in the assessment content, the goal that had been within reach suddenly became distant again. You could say that if it weren't for Yi Tian, she would have needed at least 2 more years to prepare all over again. Perhaps it was because Zhao Qiong's score truly shocked Zhang Sheng. He ended up having more to say to her than to the others. Zhao Tiangang really raised a good daughter, haha. Zhang Sheng stroked his sparse beard, completely forgetting his previous unpleasantness with Zhao Tiangang. The optimal ratio for wait and see is 24%. Your result is already very close to that number. Not bad at all. Zhang Sheng's words sparked another wave of commotion. 24%? Does that mean Zhao Qiong is only 4% away from the optimal ratio? Oh man, I think I'm witnessing a new rising star in the breeding field. Yi Tian, however, was stunned for a moment. What? The optimal ratio is 24%? Isn't it 30%? He understood now. 24% was the limit discovered by Zhang Sheng's team, not the actual limit of the formula. Listening to the exclamations from all sides, Zhang Sheng seemed very satisfied. That's right, it is 24%. That was the optimal ratio my team and I researched last year. Zhang Sheng looked at Yi Tian. Candidate Yi Tian, it's your turn. He had left Yi Tian for last on purpose. You want to embarrass yourself? Fine, I'll let you have the grand finale of humiliation. At this moment, Zhang Sheng felt a hint of disgust toward Yi Tian. He felt he was wasting time. But due to the procedures, he had no choice but to allow him to be tested. Yi Tian nodded, ignoring Zhang Sheng's gaze. He had Dasheng connect to the instrument and gave the command to use wait and see. Soon, just like the others, lights appeared on the screen. But the difference was that the light Dasheng triggered was red. Haha, look at that, I told you he wouldn't pass. A few candidates in the back were whispering. Yi Tian had made quite an impression on them. Honestly, they didn't want to see Yi Tian succeed, and seeing that no yellow light appeared, many of them felt quite happy. But some candidates were feeling suspicious. If he failed, shouldn't it just not light up? What the hell is this red light? Suddenly, someone gasped. They stared at Dashing as if they had seen a ghost. If I remember correctly, doesn't a red light appear during the test if the skill proficiency reaches the mastery level? Everyone froze. Not just the candidates, but the two examiners finally realized what happened. How is that possible? Because Zhang Sheng never expected any candidate to reach the mastery level during the assessment. He didn't react immediately when he saw the red light. In just 5 hours, no matter how talented a beast tamer is, there's no way to cultivate a silver tier skill to the mastery level, right? After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Sheng chose not to believe it. The testing instrument must be malfunctioning. So he looked at Yi Tian, his voice sounding quite anxious. Candidate Yi Tian, the instrument might have had a little glitch just now. So go ahead and test it one more time. Yi Tian chuckled. It seems the examiner doesn't quite believe in him. True gold fears no fire. Let's try again just one more time. The candidates stared at the screen with bated breath, many silently praying that the equipment had simply malfunctioned. But to their disappointment, it was still a red light that lit up. Zhang Sheng, still skeptical, tested Dasheng with 2 other machines, but the result was identical every time. Now he had no choice but to believe it. It's actually real? All the candidates in the room were stunned. The entire venue felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. Dasheng's test results were simply beyond their comprehension. That's a stone monkey. Aren't these kinds of beasts supposed to have 0 potential? Stone monkeys are very common in Mist City, which is home to the largest monkey wine base in the Dragon Kingdom. Statistics show that 1 out of every 10 beast tamers here has a stone monkey. Yet, no one has ever heard of a stone monkey that could learn combat skills. And the most ridiculous part was how fast it learned. It reached proficiency in just 1 hour, and that's a silver grade skill. Yi Tian's youthful appearance combined with the lack of potential in a stone monkey created a sharp contrast to the results they achieved. No one present could have predicted what was happening now. This is just too unreasonable. Even Zhao Qiong couldn't help but widen her eyes, her lips twitching. Since she was the one who gave Yi Tian the recipe, she had anticipated that Dasheng could grasp the basics of the skill. But she never expected Dasheng to jump straight to proficiency with wait and see. Each level of skill mastery is at least 10 times harder to achieve than the last. Seriously, give me a break. As for Zhang Sheng, after shaking off his shock, he looked at Yi Tian as if he were staring at a rare, dazzling jewel. He was filled with wild joy. I've really struck gold this time. His previous disdain for Yi Tian had completely vanished. They might have had some misunderstandings, but now that they were cleared up, everything would be fine. He is the Vice Dean, and Yi Tian will be working under him once he enters the Research Institute. There will be plenty of time to get along. With such a genius, Zhang Sheng had already decided that even if Yi Tian's recipe failed to meet the 10% requirement, he would grant him special admission. Even if Yi Tian had no research talent, his beast-taming potential alone made him a prime subject for study. Not bad. Though shocked inside, Zhang Sheng maintained a calm and indifferent expression. But anyone with eyes could see that his attitude toward Yi Tian had changed. 2 minutes ago his face was cold, and now he was smiling so hard his wrinkles were bunched up. After certifying the skill mastery results, Yi Tian took out the recipe he had prepared earlier. He handed it to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng secretly hoped Yi Tian's recipe wouldn't hit that 10% mark. If he gave him special admission, then the boy would surely be grateful, making future work much easier to manage. At first, everyone thought Yi Tian was just seeking attention, but no one dared think that now. They all watched the front with anticipation. They were dying to know if Yi Tian could pass the assessment. Soon, staff members followed Yi Tian's recipe to prepare 2 formulas, one for oral consumption and one for external use. They used a simulation beast for the test. My God! When the results came out, the whole venue was dumbfounded again. A 3 and a 0 together, that made 30. Because of Dasheng's excellent performance earlier, many had started to think Yi Tian had a chance of passing. But this number was just plain terrifying. Zhang Sheng looked as if he'd been choked. He couldn't get a word out. His eyes were glued to the screen. He mumbled to himself, "How is that possible?" The best ratio he had ever researched was only 24%, while Yi Tian's result was a full 6% higher, meaning their own research was nowhere near the limit. The other candidates, recalling what Zhang Sheng had said earlier, realized the same thing, and all gasped, goosebumps rising on their skin. My God, is Yi Tian really that incredible? His results actually beat the standard answer. Usually, teams work together in the research institute to find such ratios, but Yi Tian did this all by himself. And the most insane part is that he only spent 5 hours on it. Seriously, give me a break. Zhang Kisheng felt his worldview being shattered, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that Yi Tian had chosen the cultivation track. If he had chosen evolution, he would have mastered the skill in no time, and had plenty of time to explore evolutionary factors. If that were the case, his own first place might not be so secure. Before, he had felt nothing but disdain for Yi Tian. Now, it had turned into a faint sense of admiration. He thought he should find a chance to befriend such a talent. Zhao Qiong was also stunned. Even knowing the ingredients, finding such a high ratio within 5 hours is just absurd. She clenched her fist, feeling a sense of triumph. Before Yi Tian's results were announced, plenty of people were pointing fingers at him. Some said he was overreaching, others called him a show-off. Hearing those comments had kept Zhao Qiong bottled up with frustration. Now do you see how capable Xiao Tian is? Zhang Sheng's expression went stiff, feeling thoroughly ashamed. Suddenly he felt someone tapping his shoulder. It was that old man, Wang Tingsong. Haha, got slapped in the face, didn't you? You dared call 24% the best ratio, and now you've been schooled by a kid under 20 who just threw together a better result. You've lost all your face. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to keep sitting in that vice minister's chair. Zhang Sheng's face turned red with anger, and he slapped Wang Tingsong's hand away. Yi Tian is about to join our cultivation department. This is an internal matter. What business is it of yours, you old man from the evolution department? Wang Tingsong shrugged. He looked at Yi Tian with admiration. Ever since he read the resume, Yi Tian had made a deep impression, and then he scored a perfect score in the first round. Wang Tingsong had really been looking forward to seeing him perform. But less than half an hour into the second round, Yi Tian just sat there in his chair, looking like he had given up. Wang Tingsong had been disappointed at that moment, never expecting such a powerful surprise at the very end. It's just a pity that such a talent doesn't belong to the evolution department. Zhang Sheng straightened his attire, stepped forward to Yi Tian and forced a smile. Congratulations on passing the assessment. This is a result that comes as no surprise at all. The beast taming skill only required reaching the introductory level, yet Great Sage reached the proficient level, far exceeding the requirement. The subsequent ratio even provided a result that went beyond the standard answer. If Yi Tian couldn't even pass the assessment, that would really be unjustifiable. Yi Tian nodded, completely unsurprised by the result. As the last person to step forward for the test, he asked Zhang Sheng. Examiner, I am in first place, right? Zhang Sheng smiled. Without a doubt. Yi Tian continued to ask. Then when will the reward promised for first place be distributed? Zhang Sheng replied. It will be distributed collectively after the entire assessment is over. You can rest assured. Yi Tian was satisfied and walked back to the crowd, waiting for the result verification of the second round to begin. Xiao Tian, you are too amazing. Seeing Yi Tian come back, Zhao Qiong immediately rushed over. In that case, the two of us will be colleagues in the same department from now on. But she heard Yi Tian say faintly, we might not be able to be colleagues in the same department. These words made Zhao Qiong somewhat confused. Yi Tian had clearly already passed, so was he planning to give up this opportunity? Just as she was about to persuade him, She was left dumbfounded by Yi Tian's next words. I plan to enter the evolution department. Ah. While the two were talking, Wang Tingsong had already replaced Zhang Sheng, stood at the very front of the crowd, and said loudly, "Next is the result verification for the evolution department. Candidates who are confident in themselves, please stand before me." Yi Tian heard this and hurriedly waved at Zhao Qiong. "Sister Qiong, I will go first." "Zhao Qiong?" Yi Tian's actions also drew a series of exclamations. Wang Tingsong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He noticed Yi Tian walking towards him. An absurd thought appeared in his mind. Was he still planning to participate in the evolution department's verification? Looking back, it was true that when the second round of assessment just started, Yi Tian chose 2 exam subjects at the same time. But the problem was that he had already achieved such brilliant results in the breeding department. How could he possibly have the energy to do the evolution department's questions? Moreover, their evolution department had long ago studied this type of beast, the stone monkey, and its potential was extremely low. Introductory level exploration skills could not explore any evolutionary factors at all. This was a settled matter, so Yi Tian never had the chance to enter the evolution department from the beginning. His actions could not help but make people suspicious. Not far behind Wang Tingsong, Zhang Sheng's brow also furrowed. What does Yi Tian mean by this? He also knew about the stone monkey's situation. Rationally speaking, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Tian to pass the evolution department's assessment. But for some reason, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Damn, Brother Tian is quite fierce. He wants to take a crack at the evolution department's exam too. In the path of beast taming, those who are capable are first. Although Yi Tian was the youngest in the whole venue, that didn't stop those who admired him from calling him Brother Tian. That's impossible, right? Someone rubbed their eyes, feeling that they might be hallucinating. Yi Tian passing the breeding department assessment was already outrageous enough. In my opinion, calling it a miracle is not an exaggeration. Could it be that he wants to create another miracle? There were even fewer people who chose to participate in the assessment than in the breeding department, only 3 including Yi Tian. The remaining 2 were Zhang Qisheng and Liu Bo. These 2 couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yi Tian, who was standing side by side with them. A series of question marks slowly appeared on their foreheads. Although they didn't know that the stone monkey had long been thoroughly studied by the research institute, they knew that human energy is extremely limited. You clearly already took first place in the breeding assessment. How could you possibly have the energy to do evolution questions? Throughout the history of the Wushan City Research Institute, has there ever been a tough guy who could pass 2 assessments at the same time? Could it be that Yi Tian wants to make history? Liu Bo's heart skipped a beat. A sense of crisis appeared for no reason. If it were just him and Zhang Qisheng, he would at worst be second. But now it was not certain. And although Zhang Qisheng was very surprised, he didn't have the same sense of crisis as Liu Bo. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Yi Tian could pass the assessment, he absolutely couldn't surpass him. Yi Tian could be said to be trying to do 2 things at once. If in this situation he could still explore more factors than him, then he, Zhang Qisheng, might as well find a building and jump off it. Wang Tingsong adjusted his expression to be calm and decided to continue with the process. Whether Yi Tian could pass the assessment would be known with one test. Who among you go first? He didn't pick himself like Zhang Sheng did, but gave the initiative to the candidates. Liu Bo stood up immediately. I'll go first. His results were definitely not as good as Zhang Qisheng's, so if he tested after Zhang Qisheng, it would be inevitable that people would compare them. Better to just test first. I will throw a brick to attract jade. The test was simple. It was still an instrument with a connection. At the end of the instrument was a large screen. When the instrument was connected to the beast, its silhouette immediately appeared on the screen. Liu Bo ordered his beast to use a skill. Soon, he saw a golden dot appear on the screen, near the head position of the beast's silhouette. The function of this instrument was to project evolutionary factors. Wang Tingsong nodded. Not bad, passed. Next. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Kisheng stood out. Anyway, he was confident he was first, so he wanted to finish the test as early as possible, but he was beaten to it by Liu Bo earlier. Wang Tingsong waved his hand, and a staff member immediately stepped forward to connect the instrument to Zhang Kisheng's beast. His beast was a grey ball the size of a human head, with a pair of small white wings stuck on the back. Yaitan remembered it seemed to be called Kuribo. Kuribo's round silhouette was immediately reflected on the screen. As it used its skill, light dots lit up one by one. 1, 2, 5. The candidates behind stretched out their fingers to count the light dots. It stopped when it reached 13. Zhang Kisheng stood proudly, feeling the admiring gazes shot from all directions. Brother Sheng is too strong, right? No wonder he resigned from the breeding department of another city's research institute to come back and take the evolution department exam. It turns out his talent in evolution is truly powerful. Presumably, after Brother Sheng enters the research institute, he will be able to achieve results very soon. Zhang Sheng's face showed some pride. No matter how rebellious Zhang Kisheng was, he was still his Zhang Sheng's biological nephew. Good, very good. Wang Tingsong also rarely had a smile on his face. Because their evolution department had a high threshold, it was chronically short of people. Since they recruited a genius today, he was naturally happy. Zhang Kisheng, congratulations on passing the assessment. Looking forward to your future performance. Zhang Kisheng raised his head slightly. I will definitely not let the vice director down. Congratulations to Brother Sheng. Behind him, several candidates seemed to have planned it long ago and shouted together. Next, it was finally the last candidate's turn in the whole assessment to conduct the test. With the help of the staff, Great Sage's silhouette was soon projected onto the screen.